Let's let's say hello to everybody here. Majestic, hello. First, welcome. Impact Destructi, hello. King Panzer, hello. 635 DOE from the gun Gachapon, very nice. Atomic, ahoy. War, hello, hello, welcome. Techno, hello. Can you have my new toy? No, you cannot. You don't even know what it is yet. You don't even know if you want it. Mansom, hello. Did I buy this deer gun? Deer gun? Nope. Oh man, ferocious, pulling the Cabot. There's probably worse things. See, so you're curious to see what the new toy is? Good, good. I'm glad you're curious. That means my viewer retention is going to be better. Yes, we will be showing the new toy. But first, I have other trinkets that I also got before we get to the main event. So, we have a shirt. We got a shirt. Very good shirt. It says Demolition on it. Hang on. There we go. Hang on. Gonna slide off. There we go. Now it's not running away. Shirt. Did I buy one of Matt's toenails? I did not. I did not buy one of Matt's toenails. Only 5.5 hours late. Okay. I was incredibly optimistic as to when I'd be able to start stream. We're here now, though. We're here now. Better late than never, right? Your E little gun is your size. It's a very little gun. Very small. But being dressed like that loser who took pot shots at the president. No. No. I look like way less of an incel than that idiot. First of all. But we also got a magazine signed by Mr. Ranch himself, Demolition Ranch. So we've got our signed magazine. Our clearly FDE. Actually, that's like the same color. That's the exact same color of FDE. Man, FN can't match the colors on the scar, and I've accidentally just matched FDEs. What is going on here? We've got the magazine. FDE. Clearly dead grass green. No, this is green. This is brown. See, there's a clear difference. These are different colors. Time to just leave the mag. Keep it in top condition. Yeah, this is not going to be a heavy use magazine. I need to think dead grass looks the same as healthy grass. This is dead grass, mostly dead grass green. This is just brown. This is like dry dirt brown. Maybe flat earth brown. Display case item. All grass is, not all grass is dead in Texas. I'm pretty sure I shared a picture on Twitter from this event that has grass in it. Although that is very poor evidence that not all grass is brown. Now that I'm looking at the picture, actually. So, yeah, clearly not all grass is brown. See, look, that's red. Clearly not brown. You'll fact check this. Looks brown with a red tint. Well, I mean, look back here. That's got kind of like a green tint to it back there. There's definitely green up there, but that's not grass. Trees are in fact not the same thing as grass. But yes, this was from very early in the night before the event. There were many cars lined up. You can see someone's tent down here blocking the rest of the line of cars. Apparently, some of the people had been camped out for 2 days. 2 days people camped out for this thing. Trying to use cherries to prove apples are red. Yes, we're doing color comparisons. So some of the people down here, because that's the beginning of the line. 2 days. People waiting 2 days for this thing. Absolute just insanity. I think it's a good kind of insanity, but it is still insanity. Also, they were just really friendly. Every single person, super friendly. Except for some of the people who tried to be line cutters in the morning. But everyone who was like clearly a fan of Demolition Ranch and Matt, and not just trying to cut the line to scalp stuff, very friendly. 2 days for what? Oh wait, have I not said what this event was? What am I doing? Actually, hold on. Let's see if we can find.
Howdy. I'm actually
Howdy. That mag color looks awfully similar to the dead grass in this pic. Okay. Well, This was also at the event. Oh, I didn't post. Did I post this on Discord? I must have. Well, look, there's some green in that patch right there. It makes you wonder if you had summoned an actual militia, how many people would have taken the call? Oh, if Matt had? After this event? A lot. Like, if he actually did, like, summon a militia for some other reason, it would be a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, some of these guys up here, this is the front of the line. Ish, I think. This is at least close to the front of the line. Some of these guys have been here for 2 days. You have access to my phone? That would be terrifying. Seems like cope. Cope. I would never cope. All right, but so the event. It's here. Here he is talking about the event. So basically, the event. For those who don't know, in case you are living under a rock, like I usually do, Demolition Matt, Matt Carricker, Demolition Ranch, retiring. Not doing YouTube anymore. So he is downsizing his gun collection because he has literally hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of guns. And so he's selling off some of them. And so he hosted an event. People come and look at and buy his guns for fair-ish market values. So he posted this video the day before. So posted this video the day before the event. This is when people were already starting to line up. Really using Matt to milk stream time? Of course. Pi Day? Yes, posted on Pi Day, 3/14.
Howdy. I'm actually in an airport right now in Colorado, trying to get back.
Yeah, by the way, in Colorado, the day before his giant event.
To Texas because tomorrow is our big gun sale event at Apache Rifle Works. My plan was for this to be a really cool event for those people who wanted to purchase a gun they'd seen on the channel, a Demolition Ranch little piece of history.
It was a very cool event.
But I think I underestimated how many people would think that was cool, and I really have a bad feeling that there's going to be way too many people come, which means that most people will be unhappy because they won't even get in the store, they won't get one of the guns. I don't know. It's looking like it's going to be crazy. There's already people camping out, which we're...
That's me. That's me. I was camping out. Chat, he said my name.
A day away. I thought maybe people would come an hour before opening just to get in line, but there's people already camping. Like 7 tents already, 24 hours before, which means more campers are going to be showing up today. So this is just a warning that we only have 160 guns. If you show up and there's 160 people in front of you in line, it means that you are probably not going to get.
And there were probably 300 to 400 people the day of the event. So a lot of people did not get guns. which is unfortunate, yeah. But I mean, I could have predicted that the event would pull more than 160 people. I also am not in his shoes. I am viewing the event from an outside perspective that is not him. And if everyone is always their own worst critic, includes this guy. Only 160 guns. That's more than some nation's militia. What, like the Vatican? The Vatican probably has more. They're very well funded. How many people weren't planning to buy though? So there were a lot of people who came as like couples or like family units or like father son bonding trips or whatever. And so they were probably only getting like one each. But there were a lot of people. With his name recognition, of course. Oh yeah. Like as awesome and as humble as Matt is, like bro. Bro. You love him. But like come on. Come on. There were a lot of people. There were so many people. So what was the format? Raffle auction first come? Yeah, so it was first come, first serve. So the guys who had been waiting there for 2 days were the front of the line, as they should be. So first come, first serve. One gun per person. I think originally before they knew, before they could see that there were just going to be a impressively ridiculous number of people, I think they were planning on 2 guns per person, like a handgun and a rifle, or a handgun and an NFA item, like two types of guns, one of each. I think that was the original plan. But then after people just kept showing up, they reduced it to 1. Which, yeah. You knew about him before you regularly consumed gun content? Yeah, he is huge internet celebrity. Honest, you never cared for Demo Ranch's content style? So so I enjoy his content. In terms of gun content, it's kind of like turn brain off, enjoy content, and just like have fun. Which there's nothing wrong with that. Obviously super successful. I definitely am not in the mood for that style of content all the time. But regardless of whether or not it's your favorite style of content, what Matt has done for both the 2A, the guns community, just like in general, and specifically what he's done for like content creation with guns, is incredible. You think Matt stuff is more of a gateway for normies? Oh yeah. Like as an intro to guns, as an intro to the near never-ending rabbit pit that is firearms. Incredible. Incredible. Like, probably the only one who can compete with FPS Russia for most influential gun content creator. Like, it's those two at the top. But this guy is still somehow is humble to a fault, which is insanity. Permanent ad break. And we got ads coming up, so we'll stall for a bit longer, and then we'll get to the actual main event, I promise. But we'll finish out his little announcement from the day before.
Get a gun, which means you probably won't even get in the store, which sucks, because I don't know. It got crazier than I thought.
Brandon Herrera, closer to FPS in your opinion? I don't think so. In terms of content style, maybe. In terms of just sheer reach and recognizability, I don't think so.
So I am sorry. I would say if you're coming from far away, you probably shouldn't come. It might be a big waste of your time. If you're going to drive from Dallas, you might drive all the way 5 hours from Dallas to see that there's 500 people ahead of you, and you're going to go, shoot. So if you have another reason to be in the area, you should come, just in case. But if you don't, if you're just coming for this, I would warn you against it, because I'm afraid it's going to be crazier than we expected. Unfortunately. I mean, it's cool, but I don't want people to be pissed off. So that is your fair warning. I'm going to link also a video from Paul at Apache Rifleworks with like rules of the day and kind of more of a how it's going to go down. He's like figured everything out, where parking's going to be and that kind of thing. But we're going to do what we can, but it might be a mess. So that's your fair warning. Come.
The potential for it to be a mess was absolutely there. However, everyone was surprisingly civilized. Like, easily fights could have broken out. Like, with how badly people wanted to get in there and get some of the demo ranch guns. But everyone was very well behaved. Most everyone was very well behaved. There were a couple of idiots the night before who were like chucking beer bottles onto the highway, and the sheriff had to come. But there's always idiots anywhere. An armed society is a polite society. You have to remember these guys are GunTuber fans. Yeah. And there was one guy who, there was a guy, I don't remember how, he was pretty close to the front of the line. It was the guy with the fanny pack of power, the gray man fanny pack that's like, yeah, that guy's got a gun in that, clearly, obviously. That, you know, the fanny pack. Like the Merce man purse fanny pack thing. And the Merce of power. Who definitely like stepped up and like got everyone organized, like kept track of like who got there in what order from like the first people who got there, and was like sure everyone was like in the right spot. Great guy. If a fight broke out, there would have been a non-zero chance of someone catching lead, and not in a good way. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, a non-zero chance. Yeah, I don't think it would have been a super high chance. But yeah, everyone is super civilized. got got along very well, all things considered.
If you really want to, but if you're unsure, this should be your warning to just don't come. Which I hate saying, but I just don't want you to waste your time. Okay, I love you. I might see you tomorrow, but remember, there are only 160 guns, and that is the only way that you're going to be able to come in and see us, because I want to be able to spend time with those people who do purchase guns. It's not going to be a meet and greet otherwise.
I did get to meet him. If you have not seen my Twitter post, I didn't get to meet him.
Okay, that's it. I love you. I'll see you next time.
So that was the day before the event. And also, but I get string us along. So yeah, we are very effectively stalling. But now the night before, the morning before, even just like if I hadn't been able to actually get in and buy anything, which I was going to be able to get in at least. Like everyone I talked to, super friendly, like just great people. Had met a lot of super interesting people with cool stories. I met so on stream like a week or so ago, we watched a Demo Ranch video where he was like duct taping cartridges to the end of a BB gun. That golden BB gun that a fan had given him. So I met that guy. I met the guy who gave him that BB gun. Recent-ish. Yeah, it was like a week ago, maybe just over that. Very recent. I've had 6 hours to stall already. That doesn't count. Stream got delayed. I've only been stalling for like 40 minutes. But a lot of people who are veterans, very unsurprising. But super cool people. There also was someone who was like doing show and tell with their guns the night before, when everyone was just kind of like hanging out. And great guy. The guns, perfectly functional. But like maybe like the Heritage revolver, the Diamondback AR, and the Taurus pistol, not the go-to to like try and impress people. But he was a cool guy. Also, he had a gold spray painted SKS, which was not my favorite, but at least he didn't spray paint the original wood furniture. He spray painted like a Tapco stock or something. But it was a rattle can gold SKS. Which is blasphemy. But here's my Taurus, and here's my High Point, and this is my Ruger Wrangler. And yeah, I kind of wish I had like taken some guns, but like I also don't want to do a long road trip with just a whole bunch of guns, because a car is just a loot box. So Wasn't planning on doing that. Although I guess like a Heritage revolver and a Diamondback AR, like someone steals those, you're out like $60. Did he spray the metal? Yeah. Yeah. Was it a good? It was a Diamondback AR. So budget AR. Definitely very gassy. Also, it rattled when you shook it, which was funny. And it had a Fire Force scope on it or something. That's not right. It starts with an F. Some super budget brand of scope. They range from yours about 400 to better ones around the 1K mark. Yeah. So his was Diamondback AR-10. So I mean, more than 400. But I don't know. I don't know if I would trust Diamondback with very much 308. Battle rifle. Yeah, he had a Diamondback AR-10 with a very budget LPVO. I can't remember the name of the brand of the LPVO, but it's like the V. It's got like an F on each side. It's a really weird logo. But but since we've been stalling so long, I think you guys probably deserve to see what comes after the stalling. So on yesterday, I posted this picture. Not the BAFTA. Welcome. Winchester Wildcat. You got the Winchester Ruger 1022. So yesterday, posted this picture. This is the box of the gun I got. Signed, of course. 6 hours stall maxing, of course. It's what streamers have to do. It comes with the job agreement. So I posted this picture. It's very much not a 1022. It's striker fired even. Okay, well, from the outside, functionally, it's a 1022. So there was this, posted that yesterday. There was a bit of discussion in the Discord as to what on earth it was, as I passively encouraged people to try and guess. You have to be up for work in 6 hours. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're so close. You can see the box now. So there's people again in the Discord who were trying to guess what it was. And no one guessed what it was. What are some of the guesses people said? Heritage, Smith & Wesson. It is neither of those. It's also not a Browning. Should have taken the day off for St. Patrick's Day. You did? And you don't even drink? Is St. Patrick's Day tomorrow? Happy St. Patrick's Day. I don't know what people do on St. Patrick's Day. So nobody in the Discord guessed this, despite my very good clue. I'm giga braining it over here, giving out a clue. Gotcha! Hello!
Gotcha Guns just traded with 59 viewers.
Hello! Hi Gotcha and Raiders! Welcome! Get you a shout out. If anyone is not following Gotcha, you should. First of all, if you like guns, Gotcha's the guy. He's the go-to, especially for guns live streamers. Did you miss the reveal yet? No, we were getting really close to revealing it. But now I can stall for a bit longer and kind of up the suspense, because we got a raid. But hello Raiders, welcome. So to give a quick, is it real or BB? Everything I show is real. All real guns. Stall maxing. Yes, I am a streamer after all. So I have showed off. I got a shirt. I got a mag signed.
Deploying reinforcements.
Jalalt Darez just followed.
Control Alt Derez. Thank you for the follow. Well, welcome. You're guessing the calico. I did not get the calico. Someone in front of me in the line got the calico. But bastard. He was a cool guy. I talked to him. He can have it. It's okay. I'll pick one up sometime. Yeah, so what I came back from, for those who don't know, quick recap of what we've already covered. So Demo Ranch, retiring, hosted an event to sell a chunk of his collection because he's downsizing, getting rid of all the guns that were just purely for content that he doesn't care about, which when you have like 800 guns, reasonable, I guess. So this is a picture I took the night before. There were a bunch of people camping out. There were people camping out 2 days before the event. Which, wild, absolute insanity. Scalping prices are normal prices. The prices were, for the most part, not super egregious. Although there were a few that were pretty questionable. Scalping as he's famous. So I don't think there were too many scalper buyers. Mostly because, as crazy as scalpers are, they're not usually like camp overnight for a chance to buy a limit of a single gun to try and scalp. Because there was a purchase limit. So, yeah, everyone only got to buy one gun. Originally, the purchase limit was 2, but they reduced it after they had like 400 people show up. So, there also were 160 guns for like 300 to 400 people. Some people didn't get anything. Should go without saying. I did at least get something, and I was not right at the front of the line, but reasonably close to the front of the line. When I gotta hold some content back because I'm gonna make a vlog-ish video about the event. So gotta keep some stuff for that. So, but yeah, everyone was super friendly. It was a great event. Honestly, even if I hadn't gotten anything, I wouldn't have regretted going. So it was just a cool time. A lot of cool people. So, anyways, back to where we were. So I posted this picture yesterday, spoiling what the gun was. Kind of, at least given a very large clue. So this is the box.
Deploying reinforcements.
Green Eye Devil just followed.
Green Eye Devil, thank you for the follow. Well, welcome. So this is the box for the gun.
Deploying reinforcements.
CZ Rally just followed.
CZ Rally, thank you for the follow. There was some discussion in Discord of people trying to guess what it was. No one guessed it. I did drop like a Giga Brain clue that I don't think anyone even picked up was a clue. Is it Mossberg? This is not a Mossberg box. Although there are some blue Mossberg boxes, so it's not a terrible guess. Foxtail? You think that's a foxtail? It is not a foxtail. So, as people in my Discord were trying to guess what it was, I said, "This is my Giga Brain clue, like Death Note level, Death Note level clue right here." So I said I would be genuinely impressed if someone guessed the gun from the box. Like the geoguessers who see the corner of a building and are like, yes, clearly from the off-white hue of the paint and pattern on that corrugated steel wall, this is in eastern Missouri. And that was my super Giga Brain clue. Because this gun is from eastern Missouri. And it was made in a building with off-white corrugated steel walls. Quick, everyone pull out Google and find all gun manufacturers in Missouri. That was my super Giga Brain clue that no one picked up on because I might be insane. What company is located in Missouri? We're about to find out, chat. We're about to find out. So, we have, let's see, how do we reveal this? Aero Precision is not in Missouri. CMMG also, I don't think, is in Missouri. I could be wrong. It's not a CMMG though. Do I have the number of bricks used to build the factory? I just told you it has corrugated steel walls. Tippmann, it is not a Tippmann. Although there was the Tippmann Gatling gun for sale. I did not buy it. Is 22 the item number? No. No, it is not. Tip to butt. Black Rain, Blackout. No, are those in Missouri? Are you guys just saying random companies, or are those actually all in Missouri? So, hold on, we can do a reveal. almost just show the brand name on the side of the box. So you guys have seen about that much so far. The darkest derp. It is. You're correct. You're correct. The darkest derp gets bonus points today. I got a Heiser. Is that a beer company? So Heiser, made in Peverly, Missouri. You've never heard of it? Congratulations. That is, your life is better not having heard of it, but now you have. 223 or 762? Even better. It's not a Zip 22. It is not a Zip 22. It's not as good as a Zip 22. So, hold on, let me be sure I'm not doxing myself opening this. Okay, we're good. So, here we have the box. And in the box is a case. Worse than a Zip 22? There are very few guns that can give it a run for its money. So, we have our Heiser pistol wallet thing. And the reason that this is better than the 7.62 version is because it has 3 different barrels. And so you can shoot more than just 7.62. And I'm sure they are all head spaced very poorly. Three times the pain. So here we go. Here is the Heiser. If nothing else, their logo is kind of cool. I'm not a huge fan of it inside like the target, but it is a pretty cool logo. You wonder what the effective range of that is? Well, at some point, we're going to figure that out. 3 times the pain. Yeah, so this gun comes with 3 barrels, and it does have a pin up here to switch out the barrel. It's got 3 barrels. They're all single shot tip up barrels. And the 3 barrels that it comes with are, this one on here is the 7.62 by 39. It also has the 223 5.56 barrel. Don't shoot it too much. The rental PAK had the striker wear a groove into the trigger enough that it quit working. They're not interested in supporting the gun. Okay, so this is a double action only trigger. Because apparently I'm a collector of literally the worst triggers on the planet ever created in history. Stop calling it a gun. It's a flashbang, a hand grenade. It's a self flashbang. It's a very awkward handle. Yes. This is an incredibly awkward handle. There's not really any way to hold on to it nicely. So for those who can't tell the angles going on here, on the front, it is literally angled forward. And on the back, you've got like a CZ75 grip angle. It's which is a very strange combination that's not wonderful. It's the only single shot gun you could probably play Russian roulette with. Oh, and the other barrel. I forgot to say the other barrel. The other barrel is 410. Technically, it is a 45 Colt. Because if you just made it a 410 barrel, then it would be an NFA item. So it is technically 45 Colt. But it can also chamber 410. And we all know nobody bought a 45 Colt barrel to shoot 45 Colt out of this. You think they had patents dealing with? Hence that grip? Dealing with patents? Patents on this grip? This grip is terrible. Probably the worst grip I've ever felt. And there's an Altor on the table. So just let that one sink in real quick. At least the 45 410 barrel is almost sensible on it. Yeah, when you're like 3.5-inch 410 barrel is the sensible. When your 410 3.5-inch barrel is the sensible option, you know you're doing things right. Atomic, you going to bed, head out. I hope that the suspense was worth it. Good night, sleep well, and dream of Heiser. So, do I want your honest answer? I probably already know it. But, I don't know, we now have 3 single shot pistols on the table. You'll tell me in 1 to 5 hours? Okay. Get back to me in 1 to 5 business days. Is that a Thompson Contender? Yes, we have the Contender here. It is the 223 version. Because I have yet to locate the 308 barrel version. Don't wish people bad dreams. That's rude. What? Yeah, fair enough. So this gun I traveled across the state and slept overnight in a car on the side of a highway so I could buy this gun for the same price that they're selling them on Gunbroker, but with extra barrels. And also I got to meet Matt, which was super cool. If you phrase it like that, it sounds bad, but I did have a good time. True suffering for content. Yeah. And I got like 2 hours of sleep last night. Not 2 nights ago. the night before the event. Because people started lining up at like 3 in the morning because some probably scalpers showed up and tried to line cut the people who'd been there for 2 days. They did not stay at the front of the line, to be clear. But it was good. It was good. Had a good time. We'll be making a video at some point. I'm gonna try to at least mostly edit the video tomorrow, and then either release it tomorrow evening or Tuesday. Probably Tuesday, if I can finish it. But it was a very good time. Would go again, which doesn't mean anything because it was basically a retirement party. So, I don't know, in 10 years, when Matt returns to content creation, and then like 15 years after that, when he retires the second time, I'd go again. If we haven't all died of old age in 25 years, I guess. So the video will be out roughly at the end of March. I mean, we're already in the second half of March. So is that roughly the end of March? No, this is a video that for maximum clickability does have to be out sooner rather than later, before the internet moves on. I gotta get the, goodness sakes, voice crack. Puberty's hard, guys. I gotta get the video out while people's minds are still fresh for maximum clickbaitability. It was very good. Very good event. Thank you, chat, for forcing me to go. It was very enjoyable. You're welcome. Yes, thank you. Thank you all very much. I need to, there's got to be a clip somewhere of me being like, I'm not going to this. So I got to find that clip to put in the video and then follow it up with me going. Fantastic start. I'm already like planning the video in my head. I've got the content creation brainworm, and it's, well, probably not healthy. We'll see. Yeah, so you guys sent me across the country of Texas to buy a Heiser. But I guess, you guys probably want to know about the other guns and what the pricing was at. So there were many other guns. Obviously, a lot were shown / teased in the Demo Ranch videos, if you've seen those. They had a KSG that they were selling for $900. But I do think it had like a Demo Ranch decal, like a Demo Ranch factory decal on it. It was a mildly custom KSG, so someone probably bought it. Let's see, what else did they had a few FK Burnos. What's the demo gun? demo gun is this one. This one right here. The Heiser single shot rifle pistol. Big KSG or normal? It was the KSG 25. So the long one. Which I do want to get one of those at some point. Just because I think they're kind of neat. But that is very far down the list of things that I would like to own. KSG 25 and go clay shooting. You could do your whole box of 25 shells without ever reloading. Or more than that if you have mini shells. Let me see they had some FK Burnos. I don't remember what the prices on those were. They were around 1,500. But they had both barrels. So they had both the 7.5 and the 9mm barrels. So those were okay deals, I think. I don't think those usually come with both barrels. What else they had? They had the gold auto ordnance Tommy gun and a not gold one. I didn't even ask about the price for those because whatever it was, I wasn't going to buy it. They had some Desert Eagles in various calibers. Every caliber except 44, I think. Which is the one that I would have considered buying. But they had 50, 429, and 357 Desert Eagles. They had a whole just mountain of high points because there was the demo ranch phase where it was just all about high points and just destroying them. And so there was a pile of varied exploded high points in varied level of destroyed that were like $200 each, which I did not buy because I can go down to like Cabela's and get a used high point for like $120. $200 is more than new. I think that's about the same as new. I have never looked at the price of a new high point. I'm going to be honest. Let's see. So new. Oh, you're right. They did new. They're 180. Well. Yeah, so more than new price. But they come with a story. Or something. I don't know, not my style. They definitely sold them all by the end of the day. But not for me. Let's see, what else did they have? They had... Oh, they did have a factory SBR CZ Bren 2. For like $2,100. That one was a little tempting, I'm gonna be honest, but I did not buy it because I also would have to pay for transfer and shipping to local gun shop because I'm not making that drive twice. That doesn't sound terrible. It's not. That is very not terrible. That one very tempting. They also had a Gilboa snake. For those who don't know what that is the double barrel AR. That is this guy. So they had one of these, which I asked about because if it was actually a reasonable price for what it was, I would have seriously considered it. I considered it a little more seriously than I would have liked anyways. But that one was $2,200-ish. Except it was just absolutely just had the snot beat out of it. Like it had scratches and gouges and dents all over it. So you can get one of those on used for about the same price and in good condition. So if I ever wanted to get one of those, which I do at some point, I can just pay the same price and get one that hasn't been dragged around in the rocks, figuratively this time. So instead I bought that. Yes. Because this was not overpriced. I paid the market value for this. And it came with extra barrels. Happy Gary Plausch Day. Is that today? So what else? Oh, they had the Tavor TS12, the faker Tavor. The Tavor shotgun. That one was $1,400 for a used Tavor. Even though those are like pretty common, 1,000 to 1,100. But a lot of the stuff that was overpriced, it's not a Tavor, the TS12. A lot of the stuff that was overpriced. So they said before the event, like in videos and stuff, that they were going to price them at fair Blue Book values, which fair Blue Book values does not necessarily accurately represent current market values, because the market changes much faster than Blue Book values. Borelli has had them for 900 to 1,000. Well, yeah, but that's Borelli, and I think that was probably clearance. I don't think they still have them. I can type. Yeah. Anyway, that one was significantly over. Yeah, on Borelli, they are currently 1,200 new, not 1,400 used. Hacker, you would have figured all the guns would be priced low, since he was just offloading them to fans and is already rich. So, I mean, you got to remember that this was basically a collab event between Apache Rifle Works and Demo Ranch. So, like, obviously, Matt is going to get some retirement money out of it. And also, Apache Rifle Works going to get a cut as well. So, I mean, there is still business happening. But now, for the most part, aside from a few outliers on the high end, the prices were pretty fair. And definitely most of them weren't high enough to stop a Demolition Ranch stan impulse buy. So yeah, chat. I could have gotten a high point. I don't know which.
Deploying reinforcements.
I don't know which would be better.
Night Wolf Xbox just followed.
Nightwolf Xbox. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. It's now I have Heiser. Wowee. High Point Carbine would have been better. I already have one of those though. I wasn't going to buy something I already had. Unless it was like a Taurus carbine, then I might have considered it. Because I'm clinically insane. Yeah, so stuff I got from the event, plus a lot of media recorded on this beautiful device right here. That is, now that I'm holding it up here, very reflective, and I need to be careful with it. Oh wait, hold on. Wait. We're playing with fire here for a second. That way? Oh, this is very scary. Oh, there's the gun. I'll follow that up. What is that? Oh, we're back to that monitor. I'm trying to show you yourself. Oh, there you are. There you are, chat. I think. Is that chat? I think that's chat. Chat, say hi to yourself. Okay. I'm going to stop playing with that fire. It's a Bofa. Bofa these nuts. Okay. It's very, very good event. Matt from Demo Ranch. Super cool guy. Like just a genuinely neat guy. Got to talk to him a little bit. At the event, they had a room in the back that they just kind of like filtered people into as they bought their guns. And they had Matt in there. They had Matt and Mayor in there. They had Matt Mayer and his crew. And you got to kind of sit around and just kind of chill and hang out with people who had bought guns and Matt and Mayor and the other people. It was very, very cool, very, very chill. How much was the calico that whoever else bought? It was more than I thought it should have been. It was $1,400 ish. It was around $1,400. Which is a lot of money. which for a pre-ban, for a pre-ban Calico, that's probably only a little high. But I don't know, you can buy a new production one for like $700, $800. It's just more expensive because it's pre-ban. But someone else got to that before me, so I didn't have to make the decision of whether or not to buy that one. Which is better for my wallet. Yeah, there will be more opportunities to buy Calico. They come on Gunbroker. I wouldn't say regularly, but not irregularly. UTAS. Pet the UTAS. You don't want to pet the new gun. You don't want to pet the Heiser. Okay, the UTAS is trying its best. Guns, let's go. What are you looking at? Good. That is exactly the reaction that these guns should elicit. What was the most expensive gun he was selling? So there was a 1919 on a tripod that was like 8,000. There was, what else was there? There was the Serbu BFG 50A. Is around the same price. So that's probably around the price of the most expensive guns. It was probably those two, or the most expensive, if I was gonna make a wild guess. Warthrone. He's like, guns, let's go. Then you gotta look at him. So the guns we have currently out, we have the UTAS UTS 15. It's a 12 gauge double mag tube shotgun. We have the Thompson Center Contender, the Altor, a 9mm, the Altor Black Vidua, if you want to be specific, and the new gun that has been blessed by Mr. Demolition Ranch himself, the Heiser.
Deploying reinforcements.
Warthrone just followed.
Warthrone, thank you for the follow. Welcome. The Altor looks like it shouldn't exist. It also functions like it doesn't want to exist. What's the chambering of the Thompson Center? It is 223. Only because I haven't found a 308 barrel for it yet. I need the 308 version. For reasons that may be related to anime. It was like a back massager. It probably is more effective as a back massager than as a gun, if I'm going to be completely honest. But this, so it has 3 barrels. They're all single shot. This one is chambered in 7.62x39. It also has 223 and 410. Because we love flashbangs going off in your own hand. When the Thompson Center's the most practical hand on the table, something's very wrong. Or something's very right. Heiser with a 223 barrel. Yeah, so this gun and this gun could be chambered for the same caliber. You just let that sink in real quick. And also, a reasonable gun could be chambered in that. Like this. This is also chambered in the same caliber as this. What's my favorite gun that I own? My favorite, like, just of all of them? You're not going to give me like a filtering characteristic? Like favorite for something? No categories or filters out of all of them. You want me to just pick one? But I like them. I like some of them for different reasons. I started to say I like all of them for different reasons. And then I realized that that's not true. And so I was going to drop it to I like most of them. And then I had to drop that again. So I like some of them, but for different reasons. You'll add filter. Good. Favorite shotgun, pistol, and rifle. So rifle. Rifle Phalo. The heavy barrel FAL. Very good. The other two, please hold. Lalo, how about the garage sale? It was very good. Very good. I got a state-of-the-art gun. A Heiser. Favorite shotgun. I don't know. Probably the vibiest shotgun I have is the 1887. But I mean, this one's cool. This one would be my favorite if it like worked how it was supposed to consistently. Terminator fan? Nope. 1887 is just a really good tomboy. And because it matters. Is that the 762 by 39? This, well, currently it is in 762 by 39 configuration. It also has 223 and 410 configuration. Cobra Terminator. I do not have one of those. Although that is a gun that I would like to add. Apparently my just growing collection of horrible guns. Your grandfather has a double barrel shotgun his great grandfather made in Kate, late 1890s, early 1900s. Wire metal bound and fused together, then formed into barrel that could shoot. That sounds like the sketchiest thing I've ever heard of in my life. Why isn't M17 out? Okay, chat. Would you rather appendix carry, a Heiser, or a SIG P320? No safety, round chambered appendix. Can you take a 1911 over either of those? No. This is an either or question. The first, you'd rather take this one? You take this over the P320? SIG settlement money is alluring. How much is your right nut worth, chat? The high is very slim. This is a slim gun. Here, let's compare it to something that is actually like people know how thick it is. So this right here, this is my Glock 17L. It is not Glock branded, but it is the same thickness dimension. The Heiser is very skinny. Keep that in mind when you're shooting 7.62 by 39 out of a break action. If you take the SIG, you can just make a homemade safety. No, you have to carry it. You have to carry it like that. So the Heiser is like a car. So yeah, if you've held the car like super slim models, it's like that. Hold on. Give me a second. For comparison's sake. Ruger LCP. Chambered in 380. We do a nice size comparison. So slightly larger. It is thinner than an LCP. Just let that sink in. if you've ever shot one of these, very common gun. Now chamber in 7.62 by 39, and also take away the moving parts that absorb a little bit of the recoil. Very 380 might have more muzzle energy. 380 is going to be actually pistol rounds with pistol powder, which does burn faster. Don't know about muzzle energy. But this definitely has more flash. The widest thing you've ever shot is a Makarov style 1911. Not 22? Wait, a Makarov style 22? Am I going to suppress the Altor? Yes. I mean, it's just a standard 1/2 by 28 threads. So any 9mm or larger suppressor fits on that. Makarov style 22 caliber, 0 recoil. 22 is very nicely recoiling. You wouldn't recommend a 9mm can? Why? It's probably fine. I mean, like if you put on a 9mm can on just a regular semi-auto pistol, the bullet leaves through the suppressor before the suppressor can move, and your barrel's moving. Funniest thing you've ever shot is your father's 22 pistol with a suppressor. Suppressed 22 is very fun. Look at oh yeah, I know the rifling. The rifling on these is shallowest rifling I've ever seen. If you don't trust a gun with your life, don't shoot it in your thought. Man, then I just can't shoot like half my guns, man. these well, barring this one, these are not self-defense guns. These are for funny haha kind of guns. The funny thing is, it took 17 months to get the paperwork approved. Oh, for the suppressor? Yeah, old ATF wait times. What caliber is the single shot pistol? I feel like that meme, like the Nightwing meme, where the guy's like, do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? There are currently many single shot pistols on the table right now. But this one is chambered in 223. This one is 9mm. This one currently is 7.62 by 39, but can also be 410 and 223. Is obvious the wooden pistol? Obvious. Layla, your last suppressor took 2 weeks. Too bad you're not home. 2 weeks isn't bad. What caliber is the new one? The 3. So this one, tip up, single shot barrel. It does have interchangeable barrels. You change them by punching out that pin and just slamming a new barrel on there. Currently, it has the 7.62 by 39 barrel on it. But we also have the 223 5.56 barrel and the 410 45 Colt barrel. You almost bought one of these 306 30-06. Fourth run lurk. Thank you for the lurk. I should make a lurk command at some point. So I need a 308 barrel for this guy because of anime. And then I can finish my Kiritsugu Emiya loadout. But it has to be in 308. Because that's what he carried. Because it's anime. Why? You get the same ballistics as 7.62 by 39 from the same barrel. We just went over this. It's because Kiritsugu Emiya and Fate Zero use 308, not 7.62 by 39. So it has to be 308. Why not elephant gun caliber like the video you showed flew out of the guy's hand? Because anime. It's all about anime. Anime is the most important. But then I can have the dual wield loadout with the Calico and the Contender, which is probably the coolest loadout, just EDC, of any character in any media ever. Let's be honest. EDC, a Calico, and a Contender in 308. Name a character who EDC'd something cooler than that. I'll wait, it's okay. Sounds like a very awkward and odd loadout. It's okay, it's under a trench coat. Shoulder holster. Yes. Deadpool's coolest. 2 gold Desert Eagles. Cringe. Cringe. Desert Eagles. It's been done 1,000 times. A Calico and a Contender. Very unique. I do need a Desert Eagle at some point. Not gold, though. Like stainless or black. Get a gilded 1911 in 50 GI. I'm gonna get a 1911 and then chamber it in a Glock caliber. Unhinged. You're looking for the White Tiger Desert Eagle rare upgrade pistol. You definitely just like listed off a Fortnite gun. The White Tiger Desert Eagle rare. Currently out of stock, but there's 308 barrel. So, yes, 308 barrel. Very close. Except you see, I need the one with the target sight on it. Not the actual practical one with a Picatinny rail and a threaded barrel. Because I'm cloning a gun from a movie or a show. .50 GI is primarily meme 1911 caliber with conversion barrels for Glock. I don't know, I've only ever seen it in Glocks, so. Oh no, it was 45 gap. 45 gap was the Glock specific one. You're right. Okay, so now that I have Demolition Ranch gun, now I have to make just both the vlog video and just like a whole video about this horrible gun. It was like a total of $21 of coins. I don't know, you'd have to go through quite a few different exchange rates to get a US dollars amount of coins. Because the coins up there you're seeing are a lot of international coins. Many countries represented. Talking 1911s, you love 38 Super. Are you Brazilian? Definitely South American. 38 Super. See, hold on, let me see. Are there any clips that I can show from the event without like spoiling too much? Oh, there we go. We can show that clip. So along with going to the event, I also went to Bunker Branding because everyone who actually met Matt got effectively a coupon for a free shirt. So obviously I had to go collect free stuff. Well, while I was there, there's the shelf of stuff that he shot on the channel. So here's that. I don't think there's anything that reflects my face in this. If you're Brazilian, you can bring him obtain a certain firearm. Yes. Any Brazilian or maybe South African or Philippine viewers, I need something that's sold in your country. I need a Taurus SMT stock. Oh, that is reflective. It's okay. You go and see a shadow. It's okay. Whoa. I had a bit of a heart attack right there for a second. Guys, spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. I do in fact have a silhouette that includes a head. If you could choose any South African gun, Street Sweeper. Street Sweeper is good. If any South African gun, though, there's a lot of really cool South African guns. Oh, I'm gonna have to blur myself out of that picture. Let's see. Oh, here's. So this is. So we got another video. Kevin, you might give a face reveal. I had a bit of a heart attack on that last one. And so here is another video. So this is the line. This is after I was done. After I bought gun, spent some time hanging out in the back room with Matt and the other guys who had bought guns. This is the line. This line just keeps going. So here we've gotten there's a fence here. That's the edge of the property. Oh, that was a cool guy. And this line goes out here and then down the highway. Like absolutely just crazy line. And this is the line after I was done. Crazy. I was in the top 28 though. You're surprised I was able to get something? I mean, I did camp overnight, so I would hope I could get something. Was it a competition? Yes. I mean, not like a shooting competition. It was a competition to see who could be first in line. Who was the most dedicated demo ranch enjoyer? Have I checked Gunbroker yet? For demo ranch stuff? I have not, actually. Oh. 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 Let me just bookmark that real quick. You surprised he's still doing videos? Oh, he's not. He's not. He's not doing videos anymore. The video that he releases about this event probably will be his last video. He is rapidly retiring. Give it a year. I think it'll be at least a few years, because one of the big reasons that he is retiring from YouTube is so that he can like stay closer to home, spend more time with his children before he is an empty nester. So I think after his kids are gone, I think he'll be back. At least. I think it'll at most I think it'll be that long. Wait, you're right. Let's Gunbroker. Demolition Ranch. Help if I could spell correctly. So the only thing I'm seeing on Gunbroker is the Watchtower Demolitia collab gun. And there's a few of them, but nothing from the sale. Nothing from the gun sale. But like most of the people who, no, all of the people who I talked to, they seemed like legitimate like Demo Ranch like fans. I don't think this event is huge for actual scalpers, because first of all, literally people waiting 2 days. And scalpers, while they're crazy, they're not that kind of crazy. And there's also a purchase limit. If there was no purchase limit, they'd all be scalped. But a scalper doesn't really want to sit around for 24 hours to buy something that they can only get one of. That does not seem like a scalper MO. I'm just searching all the Demolition Ranch keywords. Nothing for Demolitia. How do you spell character? Just one R? Either way, nothing for that. Oh no, it is 2 R's. Yeah, nothing. There is not a single scalped Demo Ranch gun on Gunbroker right now. Not a single one. I wasn't expecting there to be many, but I was expecting there to be like at least a couple. 0. There are 0 Demo Ranch guns currently on Gunbroker. And there's definitely been enough time since the event to have done it, if someone was going to. Found a 308 barrel with target sight? Wait, are you spamming links? Link spammer? You're just trying to get as many people as possible to bid against me, aren't you? An individual buying a gun to sell for profit? I mean, I'm not. You think there's a lot of profit to be made on this? No. I bought this one because I'm insane. If I was going to buy a gun for profit from that event, I would have bought just like one of the standard boring AR-15s. This would be a fine addition to my collection of horrible guns. Yes, I did see the link. That's an aftermarket one. Landcore? Oh no, Encore. Encore. It's an Encore. I don't know if Encore and Contender barrels are interchangeable. That'd be easy to find out. Oh my... Holy, I know what I got, Batman. How do we feel about this, chat? How do we feel about the Heiser for $2,400? The price? Good question. Good question. We would all like to know the answer. Very rare, new inbox. Now this here is not someone who's smoking like way too much crack. But 460, only one barrel. I basically just got 2 free barrels. And a handshake from Mr. Carricker himself. Can't be involuntarily committed if they don't catch me. Exactly. Exactly. Wait. Oh, chat. I forgot. I forgot that AI can summarize Twitter posts now. And that includes images. So this post that I made that has the spoiler for the gun and picture of myself and Matt has a summary. This post features Matt Carricker, known as Demolition Ranch, a popular YouTube firearms channel with over 11 million subscribers, signing a blue item likely merchandise, and posing with the fan edited to include an anime style character, reflecting the channel's large, diverse community. What do you mean edited? That's what I look like. Ridiculous. Demolition Ranch gained media attention in July 2024 with the attempted assassination of Trump. Idiot wore one of his shirts. The post itself focuses on positive fan interaction at the event. Yeah, positive fan interaction. Everyone forgot about that. No one cares. And the anime character in the image is a chibi-style figure, a common art style in Japanese pop culture, often to depict cute, exaggerated versions of characters, including the fan's personalization of the photo. AI anime American Erasure. Now I want to know what AI says about the rest of my posts. Oh, chat, the summary for my Reeves beach episode thumbnail post. This post references a beach episode, a common trope in anime where characters engage in beach-related activities, often featuring fan service and lighter story arcs, as noted in TV Trope's description of such episodes. In the Twisted Wonderland of and Undertale's Mew Mew Kissy Cutie. What? The thumbnail includes anime-style characters with animal features, e.g. cat ears. Okay. 590 does have cat ears. These aren't cat ears, though, AI. And lifeguard imagery in pop culture, such as those seen in shows like Baywatch or classic cartoons like Betty Boop the Lifeguard. Yes. James Reeves, the popular character from Betty Boop the Lifeguard. The characters depicted are likely from a specific anime or game, possibly featuring a mix of original and recognizable designs, aligning with the trend of animal companions in anime, highlighted by fan-voted lists like Ranker's Best Animal Characters in Anime. Interesting. You missed a Betty Boop Lifeguard arc? Yeah, from James Reeves. Lifeguard imagery. Clearly this is the lifeguard imagery right here. Such as those seen in shows like Betty Boop the Lifeguard. The cult classic. AI is hilarious. I love AI. Oh no, no! It's over, chat. It says I look like My Hero Academia. Well, time to rebrand. I can't go on, chat. I'm sorry. I have to graduate. I'm retiring. You didn't know Betty Boop was ever a lifeguard? Me neither, but I also never watched. Post ties to broader U.S. gun culture discussions as seen in recent news like Mexico's lawsuit against U.S. gun manufacturers. The AI, I don't think that's what's going on here. The YouTube video linked in the post uses clickbait imagery and text to attract viewers, a strategy highlighted by the creator's comment on reaching nearly 500 views. I wonder if it ever reached 500. Reflecting common content creation tactics on the platform. No, bad. Biased answer. My Hero Academia. Oh my goodness. I just got cooked. I just got cooked by that AI. I can't believe this. Well, I'm not going to do this now in my free time. I'm just going to have AI analyze every single one of my posts and see what it says. All right. Do I still need all that out? Clearly I need all that out still. In fact, I need the box out too, with the signature that you can't see very well from that far away. Not only did I need that out, I need more. Don't need that. I'm gonna use this as a mouse pad. This is my mouse pad today. You still see the signature there? This is not a good mouse pad. This was a poor idea. All right. All right. It's time for React Andy time, chat. It's React Andy time. People shoot gun for first time, captured in slow motion. First takes, cut. We'll see what that is about. Whoosh, whoosh.
Fire when ready.
Did they like have someone pick out her outfit? Yes. We need an outfit that screams, I've never shot a gun before. And this was the result. I don't think this came out of that gun. And this is not the case that came out of that gun.
Wow. My name is Monica, and I am a nanny and a bartender.
I'm
Hi,
Ahmed,
Monica.
and I'm a full-time student.
Hi, Ahmed.
No.
Oh, look at that guy's... Wait, go back. I want to see that guy's hair. That guy's got awesome hair.
No.
I've never been around a gun. I've never heard one go off before in person, so.
My family's not a gun family, so this is my first opportunity.
Excuses.
I was born and raised in Saudi Arabia. My parents are from Morocco. In both countries, it's not very, it's like pretty hard to get a gun. It's not readily accessible as here.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, as long as some people have guns, I think everybody should have the right.
I think that we should
Yeah,
keep
makes
guns out
sense.
of the hands of mentally unstable people. I'm fairly stable.
When I moved here,
I'm fairly stable. Who decides who's mentally unfit? The government? The government? Do you trust the government to decide who's mentally fit? I don't.
first initial reaction was being very like anti-gun. But like reading more into it, I just like see that it's like a big part of the culture here. So I just didn't
this is
want
the
to keep
Morocco
talking
guy.
about me being anti-gun without like ever trying to shoot a gun. So
I've actually thought about becoming a
Hey, at least that last guy is willing to at least try shooting a gun. Sure it did. It's one of those SOG Beretta Deagles. I don't think so. I don't think that's what it was.
concealed carry permit holder because I kind of go into some weird.
She definitely has to protect her cats. This lady has like 14 cats at least. And she gets them from weird neighborhoods.
Neighborhoods for work. And so I thought this would be an awesome kind of a start.
Are you ready?
Kind of.
That's the Phantom camera that's in front of you. You're shooting your first time shooting a gun in slow motion.
How old is this video?
Cool.
7 years.
Go for it.
All right, so we're gonna get our foamies in.
Yeah.
And our eye protection on. Let you load that guy.
Oh, cool. So I get to load my own magazine. Okay, so.
Press down, then slide it underneath. Perfect, okay. No, not yet, not yet. Let's go ahead and place the magazine down. Let's get a good
Is that a Glock?
stance first, okay? A little bit wider with your stance.
Can't tell what that is.
Oh.
There you go,
Yeah,
there you
that's
go.
right.
All right, right hand grip. Go ahead and pick up the gun, finger off the trigger.
It looks
muzzle
like a
pointed
Glock.
directly downrange. And get that finger all the way up on the frame here, okay?
It's definitely a Glock. Okay.
Like that. Insert magazine. Go ahead and put it in there. Once you hear that click, you know you're good. It's locked into place. Now, you're gonna squeeze, pull back, let go. Let go. Just let it go. Let it go. There you go. All right, nice firm grip with the left. Go ahead and
That
align
one guy
your
just wanted
sights
to keep
the
holding the
target with a
slide back
forward-leaning,
forever.
Aggressive stance. Slow, steady squeeze. Fire when ready.
This lady looked like action movie cool until she reacted. And it still could be an action movie, but it's also a comedy now. This one's not even an action movie. This one's just a comedy. Man. Oh, I was about to say that she was just super straight-faced. And now I can see that she is not. Like it looks concerned. Oh, just kidding. He no longer looks concerned.
Finger off the trigger, finger off the trigger, finger off the trigger, finger off the trigger. Finger off the trigger.
Oh.
Finger off the trigger.
Okay.
All right, no, hold on to it,
hold
Phil.
on to
Just
it.
get your finger off the trigger.
This guy is
Good
not
job.
great at
All right,
instructions.
Right thumb to magazine release, left hand to magazine. There you go, you're good. You ready to catch it? There you go. Boom. Now magazine down. Bullseye. Great shot, dude. Bullseye. It's okay. You missed the paper. No worries. Just go slower with
Oh,
the trigger.
no.
Okay?
Oh,
little bit
slower?
Yep. It's
Okay.
okay. It's okay. Do you want to shoot more?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
So one thing that you did, right?
Do you want
as
to?
soon as
Yes,
shot,
yes, absolutely.
you let go with your left hand.
Yeah.
All right, just keep that left hand on there. You're gonna load up 9 rounds, all right? How was it?
It's pretty scary.
Fun?
I'm all like shaky.
Let
I
it
like
go.
this
Perfect.
purple
All right,
jacket
left hand
lady.
grip.
She seems like a super
You've
cool
got
cat
9
lady.
shots.
Okay.
Remember to breathe and slow, steady trigger squeezes. Fire when ready.
Oh, this guy's. Oh, I was gonna say he's a
Fix
professional.
that left hand grip. Right thumb on top of left.
This guy, why is this guy making faces like that?
Oh, keep your muzzle pointed directly downrange. Directly
Okay, oh.
downrange.
I love the slow motion, just like reactions. That is good. Obviously,
Right,
they're all
finger off the
farmed
trigger,
for.
finger off the trigger.
They farm the
Well,
best
there you
reactions
go.
for
Very good
content.
group.
It's intense.
Like while I was shooting, I was thinking about like songs with
Closing your eyes
references,
is a
like,
winning
boom, boom, boom
strategy.
Stuff, but yeah, just trying to like glamorize it, I guess.
Yeah, I think they
Not
probably
as glamorous as the movies.
just grabbed the
No.
clips when they
It
blinked.
was cool.
A little harder than I thought.
It's kind of scary how much power that is.
It's very exhilarating and kind of scary. So, yes, yeah, yes.
There was so much adrenaline that I didn't have much feeling. Like everything was just focused in my hands. Like I couldn't really feel the rest of my body.
Have you ever purchased a firearm?
Probably not. No. Maybe in like a dystopian society when I like have to, but like I don't feel like I
Coward.
need a gun.
Coward.
It's kind of a scary idea now that I've actually done it, and I would need, you know, like
But this
training.
lady was
People
clearly having
who
so much
actually
fun.
Have them should be very well trained and, you know, vetted. It's a big deal to have a gun.
I mean, like here, I'm just like looking at a piece of paper. Sure, it's not as bad, but like imagining if that was like an actual person, then no.
Are you gonna try and purchase a firearm today?
Burst this guy's bubble. Almost all. Like if we go by percentage, a negligible percentage of shots are fired at not paper or steel targets. Of all the ammo shot, the percentage that is not shot at like paper and steel is negligible. Now, there are a lot of people who shoot other people, both for reasonable defensive situations and for crime. But most people just use guns for target shooting. Whether it be training for a defensive situation that may or may not ever happen, or just for fun.
Actual person, then no.
Are you gonna try and purchase a firearm today?
No, I already have one.
Oh, you already have.
This guy lied on the interview and still got the job. People shoot gun for first time. I already have one. You just have it sitting in a drawer? Never shot it?
Yeah, I bought one a few months ago, and it's been sitting, and this was a perfect opportunity
I called it. It was half a joke, but I called it.
to get comfortable with firearms in general.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, they never interviewed some of the people. They never interviewed this lady. They never asked her what her opinion was. They obviously didn't like her opinion. And so they didn't show it. Thanks, media. That's most people. Wait, hold on. What's most people? Has there been, I've been gone for days. Has anything come out of Iwa since I've been gone? I don't think there will have been. I think it was pretty much over. There was, I saw a classic video about Iwa. We're just gonna kind of skip through it and see if there's anything gross. See if there's See if there's anything interesting in here that we missed. Man was like, haha, free ammo suckers. Yeah, that is exactly what that guy did. He's like, yeah, I bought this gun like a month ago. It's just been sitting at home. This seemed like a good opportunity. Honestly, based. All right. All right, what chapters have we got? Victrix.
All right, guys, here we are at...
That is a gun. And that is ugly.
Victrix IWA 2025. I've got Daniela with me. Dude, thanks for having us, man.
Daniela?
All right, so Daniela, we've got this, oh my God. So last year we were here and we checked out this bad boy back there. If you guys haven't seen that, check that out for sure. Incredible. And yes, I actually shoulder that one. I can. All right. This year we got a little shorty over here with a huge muzzle brake, something
What's with the rolled up sleeping bag here, guys?
super cool that we don't have in the United States yet, but we will very soon. Some military contracts, some SOCOM stuff. The coolest freaking sniper rifle I've ever seen. Daniela, tell us all about it, please.
Yeah. So welcome to.
What is that chambered in?
IWA this year, and thank
It's chambered
you
in
for
something
being here.
large.
Here you have the smallest 50 BMG on the market right now.
Press X to doubt. The Noreen. Smaller than this.
With the biggest break ever.
With the biggest break. So you have, of course, our action and bolts from our Corvo. That's, of course, stainless steel and PVD coated. Okay. So that's why it's so smooth.
Gotcha approved fat suppressor. That is a
an 18 inches
thick
barrel.
suppressor.
1 in 9.5 twist.
1 in 9.5.
Yes.
Okay.
And this huge muzzle brake.
Huge.
We need it.
It's
These
huge.
kind of pressures.
Yeah, can you believe being anywhere near that muzzle brake when a 50 is going by? Because I'm very used to shooting one of those Barrett 50s with a much smaller muzzle brake, and you still feel it. So this probably helps a lot with the recoil, but not with the concussion.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's why we made it. And, of course, all new chassis system.
Okay.
So,
a chassis
especially,
system.
Of course, for this rifle. So we have, starting from the buttstock, we have quick adjustments buttstock. So with spring and all the position, cheek piece, and also the butt pad, of course.
Fancy.
With button and spring. We have a little Picatinny here for monopods, usually.
Yeah.
Of course, our folding
For
system.
monopods.
So it closes.
What if I want to put a weapon light back there?
The bolt. So like this is less than a meter, so you can put it in a backpack.
Maybe an ACOG. I think an ACOG needs to go on that,
That is so
stock
cool. Yeah,
Picatinny
it's
rail.
tiny, dude. Yeah, and how do you deploy it?
And
You just,
quick opening.
that is cool.
So this is made especially for a urban context, so counter-terrorism, shooting vehicles.
I like this guy's accent. This has got
so
a
you
cool
need
accent.
something compact.
Yep.
That's why it's like this. The chassis also is new, so all M-lock
The chassis
here
made
on
for
both sides,
urban combat.
for Picatinny rays and remotes like this one.
Yeah,
so
I
you
thought
can
there was like a
mount it
little laser attachment right there.
Yeah.
Well, pressure point and stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Of course, polymer magazine, 5 rounds, standard from Victrix. Barricade stop, because as I told you, is for urban context, so you can put it on a window or whatever.
Tell me about the
without,
suppressor.
Damaging the magazine.
That's why I don't do this. That's why I just do the interviews. Yeah.
Oh, you broke it.
That is.
And a cleaning kit probably.
Oh, wait. The suppressor's actually that big? I just thought it had like a fluffy cover on it. Oh my goodness. That's like a 4-inch diameter suppressor.
Gotcha. What about the bipod? We never talked about that. Romeo?
Yeah.
Oh, Rome. Sorry.
The bipod is a new prototype for Rome accessories. So it's our brand for accessories.
Okay.
So bipods, scope mounts like this one,
okay.
and all other accessories. So this is the new prototype. We still make bipods, but with more like Atlas style.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, stop telling me about bipods.
And, yeah, this would be.
Tell me about the
So
suppressor.
with, quick
Now
adjustments,
we're talking.
With legs that can be probably for
Suppressor.
summer.
Gotcha.
For this.
Perfect. So by the summer, about 13, 14 grand. Obviously, special request by the Italian Special Forces. Obviously, this is a freaking killer. These guys are amazing. And lastly, before I shut
miss
down,
it?
the trigger, I didn't talk about these. About.
Of course, after the show, we had to make some.
Is this available in the United States?
Oh,
okay,
actually,
not yet.
no.
Do you? I mean, you probably.
It will be probably very similar, but.
Do you? I mean, you probably. Do you have any? No.
It's right. Yes. Come back.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, kind of retract.
Yeah,
you know?
it's right. Yes.
That is super cool. So
this is the concept.
They didn't. They moved
probably very
from
similar,
butt to
but
tip, except they only got like halfway up.
Do you have any price point on that one or no?
They only got to the
No.
bipod.
Okay, not yet. I'm assuming not. Well, okay. So when would this be? Is this available in the United States? This rifle?
Yeah.
Tell me
could
about
be.
the suppressor.
Of course, after the show, we
Ah.
have to make some adjustments, but then it would be probably for the summer.
Gotcha.
Can't believe this.
Perfect. So by the summer, about 13, 14 grand. Obviously, special request by the Italian Special Forces. Obviously, this is a freaking killer. These guys are amazing. And lastly, before I shut it down, the trigger
would be the position of the silencer. So
Oh, it was back here. They talked about it back here.
of Special Forces in Italy to get this thing going. Very,
Okay,
very cool.
okay.
man.
it's also silenceable. So that's why the forend is so short, because this would be the position of the silencer. So
wait, how? So you remove the muzzle brake,
yeah,
right?
remove the muzzle brake,
And this thing.
and the thread is like in the half.
Oh, so it goes
would be
over it.
like this.
Oh, man, I wish we saw that.
Give me the
So
suppressor.
we're gonna have to, all of us, we're gonna have
I
to
don't
use
want the
our
rest of the gun. That thing's
imagination. Can you
ugly.
imagine the suppressor?
Give me the
All the way
suppressor.
up here, almost like an integrated barrel.
Yeah.
This giant, dude. You guys need to. You got any pictures, any of this with the suppressor?
No, but we can do it, of course.
Yeah, we should. I really want to have. Do we have an Allen key? Like, I'm almost like, dude, I'm almost like, want to put that suppressor on because I'm just so curious how that looks. But super cool, man. I love it. And price point.
It's,
We don't get the
between
suppressor,
13 and 14,000, the final price. Of course,
That's
just
the only part I
rifle
want.
with some accessories like 2 magazines, the sling, some QD
All right,
mounts.
next. We learned about the suppressor.
All right, guys, here we are at Walther, and I've got BK Bernard, the CEO of Walther here.
Good morning.
Great seeing you. Last year I saw you here, and we did a bunch of stuff here, and obviously with Tom and David from Greyground. So Walther Training Academy, they're incorporated with Walther. Definitely check those guys out. Awesome people, good friends of mine, and good seeing you again.
And you.
And this year you've got something brand new to show
Oh,
us.
brand new from
I don't wanna tell
Walther?
details. You tell me.
Well, it's our latest baby, the P14. So it is the pistol, actually the pistols
PDP.
that won the tender for the German Special Forces Army.
Okay.
It's called the KSK, and also
The German
SEALs.
Special Forces adopted pistol?
Basically, we won two different pistols. The base model, which is a full-size pistol, 4.5 inch, but specialized. If I would say fine-tuned, it would not really.
Okay, I do like that
explain
they're
what it is,
offering
because we have put
civilians
so much,
the military contract
engineering
version.
and
Very cool.
Development process into this pistol, so that it's the perfect solution for the most adverse conditions, right? So the pistol comes in different versions. Here we see it with a comp, So we have a threaded barrel. The slide is 4.5 inch plus 0.6 for the thread. So total length is 5.1 inches, and you can either have it with a comp or with a silencer.
Special Forces like button releases. You just like that. Just you're right. That's exactly perfect.
We need to work on the dynamics of the product. So there's quite a bit of travel of the slide. So when you try it later, you will see the amount of travel, and also what it does. It shoots extremely soft. So it's really a pleasure.
It better shoot extremely soft.
Shoot. And then,
with that
of
huge
course, also in the
compensator
inside,
on that pistol. Oh my goodness.
Something going on to make it perfectly suited for adverse conditions. The gun comes with an Acro P2 directly mounted into the slide, so that we have the sideline very
direct
very
mount
low,
Acro
in the profile of the slide. Of course, we had to mount a silencer height sight, so that we can shoot with silencers. Yeah, that's basically it. So that is what is called the base model. Then there is a second model. It comes in.
That's the
tungsten
base
gray.
model?
That's a 4-inch compact. But other than that, same thing.
And the
same,
compact.
same
Don't
setup.
care. Don't care.
It is also available.
Nobody wants compact guns.
Optionally with a threaded barrel. That would then be 4.6.
By nobody, I mean I don't
inch
want compact
barrel length
guns.
If they also want to shoot with a comp or with a or with a silencer, yes.
Wow, this is really cool. And so what were some of the requirements from the German Special Forces? What do they exactly want?
Well, it's mainly adverse conditions. So this gun has to work flawlessly.
Small
under
guns
all
fun.
Crazy conditions. Very deep.
But bigger
temperature,
guns
very high
funner.
Temperature, sand, dust, water, salt water, of course. So yeah, it was quite a stretch, quite a challenge, and it reflected into many areas. The PDP per se is a fantastic gun, and this brought the PDP to another level that we.
I just know
didn't
how
think
much
was
these are going to
possible, but
cost.
This is what we have achieved with this model. And I mean, really, for those guys that risk their lives,
Would have
for
been
our
cooler if they
society,
did it with the
they wanna have
Q5.
the best, and this is the best that Walther can do.
Absolutely. PDP lineup is known around the world, used by a lot of folks like civilians, militaries, police officers out there. I mean, I've got a couple of them over at the office. Amazing. And the fact that you guys even improved the PDP to this level is fantastic. And so this is for German Special Forces. So is this only available for them, or are you guys going to make this available for others?
No, yeah. In the beginning, we will do the versions for the Special Forces, of course. We have contracts with them. We need to deliver. But then we will also do it for the commercial market.
Do you have any timeline for that?
Next year.
Very, very good. Availability in the United States next year, I'm assuming?
Hope so, yeah.
Okay, any
Okay,
pricing on
U.S.
that?
next year. The military contract Walthers.
I would need to talk to the CEO, and then we'll figure something
Better
out.
than the SIG contract.
Our audience always
SIGs.
complain about, hey, how much is it going to cost me? Because that's what they care
Well,
about.
honestly, I don't know exactly yet. We need to finalize it, get it going, and then we will come up with a good price. I'm discussing it already with my director of sales. So and of course with the US
No
team.
price, don't know price.
Buffer system. It's not a hydraulic buffer system, but almost like it. So it gives you that extra spring tension that actually helps you.
At a
mitigate the
non-hydraulic
recoil a
buffer
lot better.
system.
The base model. Okay. And 15 and 18 on the compact.
Very well. Well, guys, check out Walther. Obviously, guys, here we
Mekgar.
are at Mekgar, and I've got TK with me. Great having you.
Likewise, sir.
Oh, these okay. These are the Mekgar Glock magazines. I've already talked about those before. Metal Glock mags, very cool. I want one, at least one, probably 2 or 3.
All right, guys, here we are at Vigrand, and we got something really cool over here we're going to talk about. But we've got Katja, we've got Polina, and we've got Graham from Graham Bates, obviously. He's going to help us translate. I look forward to it. You guys got to hear his... what language is that?
That was Russian.
Yeah, that was Russian. Yeah, wow. Anyways, Katja,
What
Polina,
is
thanks
that?
for having us. And you guys got this new pistol called VIG 007.
Yes.
It obviously like from James Bond, like the Walther PPQ, but much different because this is, ladies and gentlemen, there we go, roller delay handgun right here. Looks all very different. Very
roller
interesting.
delay
Before we
space
actually started
PPK.
this video, we had to fully understand how this works. because it was a little bit confusing, but it is very, very cool. So, Polina, Katya,
You
tell us
have,
about
you have
this
a
gun.
little bit of my interest.
So yeah, we
Tell me
wanted to
more.
make something like Walter PP, but with a longer barrel and
She said
with,
PP.
made for more powerful cartridge.
Oh, I am a child.
Well, we made this pistol for 9mm Luger, and we made the barrel 120mm long, and the barrel is fixed. It is tightly pressed in the frame as well in the house barrel in the front of the barrel in the pistol. So how did we achieve that? Well, we've developed a patent technology roller mechanism that is located in the front side of
The
the
roller
pistol,
mechanism is
down at the
sticking
barrel.
out the bottom of the frame?
So this mechanism, it delays the slide during shooting. So I
Why?
can demonstrate it to you.
Okay.
The slide is free. It does not attach to the barrel. But when I pull the trigger, the roller mechanism starts to work, and I can't move by my hand any slide. So like,
Because it needs those pressures from the round, so because the rollers actually lock in, so it makes the slide basically practically locked.
yes.
Okay.
So that gave us just fraction of seconds, but that's long enough for the bullet to leave the barrel, and after that, the slide goes back.
And then it just
Normally.
recycles the next round. So basically, with the rollers,
Does it have trigger slap?
it makes the shooting.
If the rollers don't
theoretically
engage until the trigger is
softer.
pulled.
So you want to tell that in Russian now?
По-русски это для меня будет чуть трудно, but I'm excited about this. Anything that's not a Browning action
What do you
tends
say?
to
Chat.
shoot smoother. You don't
Translate.
have the barrel shifting rearward, downward, upward, back. The barrel can sit lower because it has
That
to.
is a
because it's not
wild
tilting
looking
to pick up
system in
around.
that. What is in the back of the... What is that? Where do I put my tactical light? Very strange.
And roller delays tend to be smooth.
Yep.
They kind of stretch out the recoil impulse.
Yep.
What I'd like to see is how this does in What's for Dinner, one of my tests using some crazy rounds.
Yeah.
Because I bet it was set up for NATO ammo.
Yeah, it certainly. I'm assuming that's what's going to be. I also assume if it takes MP5 mags. It's a little dad joke right there, but no. So this is actually really cool. I was
I don't get
confused
it.
with it
I don't get the
initially,
joke.
but I got to figure it out. If you want to hold this, Graham. So this is basically how it works, guys. So it's a hammer-fired pistol. Obviously, you got your rollers in here.
Single action hammer fire.
So you put the first round in there. You press the trigger. So there it is. Pop. The round went, and this barrel obviously doesn't move. It just is fixed there. And this is locked, right? It feels like it, but the rollers are fully
Push harder.
engaged. So it kind of gives you that roller delay action, which gives you obviously softer shooting experience. Then you have to really apply some pressure.
You have to have Kaya strength.
There you go, exactly. That's a lot of pressure, like a lot.
That's 9mm right there.
Yeah, nobody can. No, it's like 50 caliber here. And then the next round is in there. You fire that one. Pressures are building for a fraction of a second. The bullets goes, and this slide.
I wonder how
basically under
effective
those
that
pressures
actually is,
does
because he did
that
just pull it back.
and go. And
But then for normal manipulation, the rollers are only engaged when the trigger's pulled. So without the trigger pulled, it's easy to rack, it's easy to do all the things you want.
Yep.
And then it's only for firing when you need that safety that the roller's engaged. I think it's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, I really think this is super cool. It looks, very different, right? Obviously, 007 looks.
I mean,
but
it looks
check
neat.
this out, guys. I am sorry and not sorry.
I wonder
for those, Picatinny rail guys out there.
I need some slow-mo.
Yeah, sorry,
I need to
you
know if
get
that
a little
actually
delay.
delays it.
Pick your poison. What do you want?
Like, at all.
But other than that, this is just their first product. Looks pretty good, and they told us that they're going to actually
Is changing
improve this
things that
design,
risky?
some red dot model, some other stuff on there, but just to get the concept
Yes, it is
going,
risky.
This is what
I
they
want to know if
have.
it's actually
And,
effective.
I think it's interesting. What about the magazine? What kind of magazine does
I need to see it in
The
slow-mo
magazine is,
next to something else.
Like CZ75 for 15 cartridges.
Okay, so C75, 15 round capacity. Obviously, if you got 17, that'll lock in there as well. So that is very, very good. How long have you guys been working on this gun?
So actually, the developer had been working on this pistol for all his life. It's approximately 55 years. So we can say that it's the product of his life, right?
That is cool.
Yeah, but physically we started working on it in 2015, and the final product was ready in 2019. Yeah.
Okay, 2019, and this is
4 years
now
of
the final
actual
product.
development.
Okay, all right.
Which is available on the market and you can buy it, yeah.
Perfect.
ZZ's best
And,
pistol is the Shadow
availability in the
2.
United States?
Right now, no, but we are looking for a distributor in the United States, and we hope that in the near future
I
it will be
they're
available in the
nicest.
United States as well.
What about
Very
the
cool.
teal?
Price point?
Or the
It's
orange? Or the
2,300
parrot?
euros.
2,300
That are just
euros.
steps
looking
up
for a
of the
distributor.
Shadow 2.
What?
It's worth it, right?
Yes, it is worth it. I mean, it's different. It's one, I mean, very, very different gun. I like it. I'd love to shoot it, of course. Thanks a lot for your time. And Graham, what do you think about this thing, man?
I love the unconventional. Anything that is different, anything that's not a
Who is
Browning action
Graham?
tends to shoot nicer, but Browning actions are cheap and easy to make, which is why so many guns have it. And anytime you get out of it, the gun cost goes up, which we see here. But you were pointing out earlier, that because of the mechanism being up here, it's going to be a little nose heavy, which is probably going to
Dip
fight.
more, yeah.
Yeah, you might have some dip, but it's going to fight against flip.
Yep.
And it's probably going to be softer recoiling, and having so much weight below the reciprocating mass is also
Cool
going to make
idea.
it a smooth shooter. Plus it's hammer fired, which I love.
Yep.
So that's exciting.
You
Yeah,
like the
no,
parrot?
this
You're
is,
talking about something
really cool.
without
Something
high
so
price
different
tag?
that we always say those companies that innovate anything that's so different than what we have.
It just depends on where
currently
you
in the world. I personally
classify as high
really
price
appreciate.
tag.
So great product. It seems like it. I'd
So you
love
get
to
the
obviously shoot and test and see how I feel
Sarsel
about it.
Maz
But that's it, guys.
CZ
Vig
clone
Vig
for
007.
even cheaper.
Eva, yeah, Spitfire, that's right. Oh, damn, that's the most important part. All right, guys, here we are at Bull Armory, of course, and I'm with my friend Ben. Ben, great seeing you again, man.
Always my friend.
Absolutely. And you know
Another
what?
1911,
I did not
2011?
visit the Bull Armory booth at SHOT Show, and there's a reason for that, because I wanted to visit Bull Armory at EVA, IWA in Germany, right here.
Yeah,
because,
2011s.
They're going to show me something super special
2011s.
just for me. Is that right? Yes. Of course. So, but before we get there, though,
Super special. Somebody just copy pasted generic 2011 and put different optic mounts on it.
we're going to talk about something else. So, Ben, go on, have at it, man.
Okay. So a big request from the US side, US market, after we introduced the EDC with the full-size grip last year, is this configuration. It's basically the EDC compact, is how we refer to it. It is bridging the gap between the ultralight that you're familiar with and the EDC with the full-size grip, giving you this full pistol size shooting experience, but it conceals like a smaller gun.
Yeah.
So huge request is going to be available.
Those pistols are
in both
questionable
the
quality.
regular and the
You like the
Pro
Shadow
version,
2?
which is V8
But if you really
forward.
splurge
It
the
ships
parrot,
with 3 magazines
if you had
of
the cash,
16,
you would
rounds,
splurge
and it's gonna
the
be
parrot
the
if you had
same price
cash?
as the full-size one.
They're like
So
6K.
1850
The
for
parrot is
regular
very expensive.
version and 2050 for the Pro version, starting to ship mid.
They're also
mid-year.
supposed to be very nice. I have not shot one. I have held one
Guys,
though.
and I'm not saying this because I'm here with Ben and we're friends and I like Bull Armory. It's not that. And the reason I'm friends with Ben and I like Bull Armory is because for the price, what they offer is so insane. I'm blown away how smooth these slides are. It just shows me the craftsmanship, the quality control. Amazing stuff.
It's 2011.
I think it's 60
As cool as the 2011 is,
Use the short.
I have a really hard time
Please
carrying.
use non-plate.
Long slide one looks a little cooler than normal though. What do I think is better? TTI Sand Viper versus Parrot? Oh, Parrot. And it's not even close. the Terran Tactical, it's a decent gun. A lot of the price is just you're paying for the branding. It's like stamping Gucci on a purse. Like increases the cost by magnitudes, but the quality is meh. I would rather have a CZ Teal than a Sand Viper. You don't even need to go up to the Parrot.
Na zdrowie.
All right, guys. Here we are at Grand Powers. He can't even handle that, and I can. Oh, man. IWA 2025. Eric, great seeing you again, my brother.
Good to see you, Kai.
And you got some new stuff here.
We do.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Good.
How are you?
Not okay, but I love it. Let's keep going.
Awesome.
What do you got, man?
Did they take shots?
For this year, we have the ARAC rifle, 7.62 by 39.
Okay.
Short stroke piston. So it's basically an AR-10 upper receiver with a proprietary lower that takes AK mags.
Okay. Okay. So we have a short.
Weird. Kind of like it. You really like the budget TTI Turkish pistol. You like the TTI Canik, but you don't like the Sarsılmaz sport pistol? Have you held the Sarsılmaz sport pistol? If you haven't, I would highly suggest doing so. The Terran Tactical Canik, it feels exactly like every other Canik, except it's got a slightly nicer trigger. Which, Caniks have pretty nice factory triggers. So it does have a good trigger. But other than that, it's just a generic polymer handgun. Except it's got Terran Tactical stamp on the side.
Stroke piston-driven system that takes AK Max 72x39. Freaking incredible. Okay, keep going.
So short stroke piston, so you can actually clean it when you shoot corrosive ammo. This is an 11-inch barrel, so in Slovakia that's considered a short gun or a handgun, basically.
Oh, I see. A pistol.
There's no SBR shenanigans.
Did you guys hear that? There's no SBR shenanigans. I agree with that statement. All right.
Yeah.
I hate SBR shenanigans.
Really modular.
Can I take it?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
There we go. You said this is really modular. What else? Go ahead, man.
So modular, ambi controls.
Slide stop,
it gives you the
like
real
Glock,
estate
already worked
of
into it.
The AR platform, while still retaining the 7.62, the AK round and the AK magazine. So
that's awesome. So what is that? You
I don't like this Glock slide stop.
Yeah,
I mean, it's functional.
Yeah. So you basically
But I don't
push
like it.
down the D10 right here, rotate.
Oh, QD.
And then it comes off for cleaning.
That is
QD
really cool.
handguard
So there it
for
is,
cleaning.
Guys, your little short stroke piston-driven system, 72x39. I love this
Pretty
thing.
cool.
And that's your own muzzle device?
It is. Yeah. It's
We're watching classic firearms.
Muzzle brake.
Yeah, we're catching up on EWA.
Muzzle brake, pretty much.
Got to see all the
And,
cool
so is this
stuff
gonna be
that's
available in the
released in
United
Europe.
States?
So right now we're working on getting it approved by the ATF for import in a pistol configuration. So yeah, we're hoping that gets approved pretty soon.
That's pretty cool. Any price point on this one? Anything in the ballpark that you can tell?
So in Europe, MSRP is right around 1650.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm not sure about the US price.
Probably
but
like 2,000.
Of course, yeah, I totally understand. So if it's 650,
At least
1650
MSRP.
euro, which is almost 1-to-1, like make it $1,700 by the time they import it. So it should be hopefully under $2,000, but we'll I guess see that later on.
Yeah,
All right,
it'll probably be
what
under
else you got? You want to
2K.
still talk about this?
Like straight price.
What else do you have? I know you got that 308 or 762 over there.
Oh, we do. Yeah, that's 308. It's a short stroke piston gun as well. This is a 14-inch barrel that's made for a specific customer.
Okay. I'm gonna try to get it if you don't mind. Yeah. So, all right.
If they've got a customer's custom-built gun on their
There we
wall.
go.
So it takes SR25 mags, or mag pulls work as well.
You love
P- P-Max,
Glock
what do you
clips
call
the
it?
most.
Yeah,
Mods
P-Max
ban
too,
this
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Ban,
So,
ban this
ambi
man.
controls,
Likes Glock mags.
Short stroke piston. We're gonna have an adjustable gas block for to suppress it, or
Glock mags
if you have a dirty gun.
are good in Glocks and nowhere else.
And there's going to be a bunch of configurations like barrel lengths available. So 14, 16.5, 18, 20-inch.
Okay, so it could be used as battle rifle, DMR, and all that.
Yeah,
right?
that's correct. Yeah.
And you said this is ambi, obviously fire selector.
Yeah.
And what about magazine release? Let me see the other side
Mag releases
as well. Yep, but just a bolt release or
Standard
bolt lock is
ambi
not
lower
ambi.
at this
That's it,
point.
right?
On this gun, no, but we have the option. You can order it with an ambi bolt release / bolt stop. So
Okay. Very,
Tell me
very
about
good to hear.
Strybogs.
And the availability in the United States for this one?
well, we haven't. If there's demand for it, we're open to selling it in the U.S. as well.
All right, so we'll do that. So what will be the price, at least in Europe?
In Europe, it's about 2,000 euros.
Okay. Actually, that's not bad at all for the short stroke piston driven 7.62 by 51.
That is not bad.
Wow, that's actually very, very good, especially, I mean, coming from Grand Powers, right?
Yeah.
All right, so obviously you have the 5.56 version down here.
Yeah.
That's the same?
So we have a 5.56. We make that in both piston gun, piston driven, and DI.
That looks like just standard AR-15 there.
Again, barrel lengths from 11, 14.5, 16.5, 18, up to 20.
All right.
They are the best. So many bullets. They can hold. Lightweight. Don't cut finger when trying to load. So carbines. Colt mags. If you cut your finger on a Colt mag, you're running into some serious skill issues. I'm gonna be honest. I cannot think of a single time I've cut my finger loading a magazine. And I'm not out here with like working man's calloused fingers. Like, I got gamer hands. Got soft office worker fingers. Yeah, Glock mags. Glock mags are acceptable inside the grip of a pistol. Although I would rather have not a Glock mag. Because while Glock mags do have a reasonable capacity, the thickness of the walls of the polymer do limit the capacity. Which you can tell because the Mec-Gar metal Glock mags are the same size and have a larger capacity. Glock mags work better than Colt ones. Skill issue. You heard the Mec-Gar Glock mags got problems? I don't know if they do. They just came out. I haven't even seen one in person yet. I need to get my grippers on them. Then I'm gonna try them out. But Mec-Gar makes like mags for everybody. Beretta, IWI, Staccato, I believe. So they should be quality.
It's basically the EDC compact, is how we refer to it.
Wait, why are we on Bull Armory again? We should be in the middle of Grand Power.
Do you guys have any contract with these, with any governments at all?
So not yet. I mean, obviously, a lot of contracts call for Browning actions and Glock mag compatibility. So that was something that we have lacked until now. So this is kind of to address those, that demand as well. So,
and last year we saw this.
No.
I guess it was kind of
Make
still
more
in
rotating
development,
barrels.
And you guys finalized it right now and waiting for approval or something for US?
So last year when you saw it, we were pretty sure, you know,
Grand Power does have a rotating barrel pistol. It's got a really cringe name. It's called the Excalibur. Spelled like a pun.
had submitted it to the ATF for approval. The gun was basically done, ready. We were looking at production, you know, within 2 months.
Okay.
Then we submitted it to the ATF, and the ATF went, nope, that's not importable. Because it used a two-piece fire control unit, so you had a separate housing for the sear and a separate one for the trigger. Okay. And even though there had been designs like that approved for import before, the ATF went, no, not this time. So we had to go back to the drawing board.
Is
redo the whole
ATFing.
gun from scratch, basically. Now it's just a single-piece fire control unit, but that required a lot of design changes.
Yeah.
So that's why we're here now, because even though it's ready, we had to redo it again. So right now it's at ATF for approval again. This time, hoping
it should be fine, right?
It should be fine.
So is this a modular gun then? Just a
Talking about the
fire control
barrel,
unit and you can
like
move
the
to different frames
PX4
or not?
The PX4 and 40.
So in Europe, it's kind of iffy with changing grip modules.
PX4 is cool.
Some are considered firearms.
The Grand Power. Hold on. Let me go. We're talking about it. Gotta find it. The Grand Power. Let's see if I can spell it right. There we go. So the Grand Power Excalibur. It's got for wildly deep slide cuts. Some serrations, some castellations. Rotating barrel. And it's got a lower bore axis than the PX4. I know someone who has this. I haven't shot theirs though. They're neat. Too bad they have a really cringe name. It is very sad. But they're not very expensive. Like, oh no, that's the tilting barrel one. Yes, there's both a rotating and a tilting barrel. Show me the rotating barrel one. There we go. There's the rotating barrel one. Okay. Quite a bit more expensive once you get to the rotating barrel. But neat, very cool. I want one. Not that bad. You've been wanting a shotgun? This one? You wanted one for a while? I fully support you getting one. Before you buy one, put your hands on it. Don't buy one that you can't put your hands on. There are some of these out there that are decent. Some of them are not. So this one here, I can show you. So this one, when zoom. So this is in the locked position. If I unlock it, it comes back a little bit. So this is forward locked. This bolt is not all the way forward and locked. So you can see in there is a gap right there. I can stick stuff in it. I'm making faces for some reason. And so in there's a gap. So and I'm not talking about the gap between the edge of the bolt and here. But down in there, you can see there is a little ring. That is the back edge of the actual bolt. And there is a gap actually in there because this bolt is not all the way locked in. Now, luckily, this has a very good out of battery safety. So it does. So we are empty. No ammo in there. So it will go click. Kind of. It kind of goes click when you pull the trigger when it is out of battery, but it will not fire. So what I have to do to get this to fire is just absolutely just push this fore end forward as hard as I possibly can to get that bolt all the way into battery. And then it'll work sometimes. So if you're going to buy one of these, be careful. I think they're super neat shotguns. If you get one that actually should have gotten through QC, unlike this one. Is that safe? It's not unsafe because it does have a pretty good out of battery safety. So I've never had it go off if I'm not just absolutely cranking forward on that pump handle to actually get it all the way into battery. But at some point, I'm gonna need to foist this off onto somebody and buy myself a good one.
While others are not. So in the US, it might be. We're gonna have different grip modules available. So like one that takes Glock 15 mags, Glock 19 mags.
Glock 15 mags.
Glock 19 mags.
So shorter, more compact.
Shorter, more compact, well, still really slim.
Yeah, and then we have obviously this, like you see this guy right here. It's got a little threaded barrel, like a under 4-inch barrel.
Yeah, so that's the P24 TAC. It's just awesome.
Yeah, I love it. All right, guys, here we
I
are.
don't care about another Glock clone. Who is this? Huglu.
Huglu, and I've got Abdus
Wait, Huglu's doing PCCs now?
here with me, and he's going to tell us all about these new PCCs. They're called Mohawk.
Yeah, Mohawk.
Okay, so Abdus, tell us about it. Actually, we can start with that guy right there.
Yeah.
What is this, and why is this so special?
What's the average price on the UTS? I mean, we can check. So UTS 15 on Gunbroker. You got a very wide range, it seems. So, first, I guess not first, because I've already talked. The UTS 15. There's a few different places it can be manufactured. I guess this is a good example because it shows not what mine is. So the UTS 15, there's a couple variations of it. If your serialized receiver is right here on the stock, you got a little cutout on this top cover, it's US made. If it doesn't, like this one, it was made in Turkey. An ad. We got ads. All right, we can say that again. So this one's US made. It's got the cutout for the serial number there. So this one should be US made. Made in USA. $800. Where's that picture? There it is. So where's a more reasonably priced one? This one, not made in the USA. We did not fire this handgun. Really inspiring confidence on this listing. What country are they typically made in? So these are made either in Turkey or the United States. So you can tell at a glance. The US made ones, back here on the left side of the stock, you'll have a little cutout in this dust cover to show the serial number, manufacturer, and country. If it's not made in the US, you won't have that. You'll have some slight different shaping overall, but you won't have that cutout. And so that one was not made in the US. If you just want to try to look at a glance and try to tell. The price on these, pretty wide range, from like 500 to 850. So there you go.
This is the shortest version of this gun with 4.8 inches barrel length. There is no stock or brace at the back. This is very easy to carry when you're in the car or when you are in the home, whatever. The gun is a close bolt.
And that's cheaper than KSG. It's about the same price as KSG's right now.
MB gun, actually.
The price of KSG's has dropped significantly.
You can release the magazine from right side or left side, or magazine catch is also same, and safety is also from right side and left side can be operated. The other good advantage is there are some parts on this gun that can be compatible with AR-15 guns. We have a drop-in trigger group. You can get any AR-15 drop-in trigger from the market, and you can assemble to the gun. Also, the grip is also AR-15 compatible with. We have QD ports here, and also we have QD ports on the hand guard on the longer version as well.
This guy right here?
Yeah.
What kind of mags does it take?
This is the shortest version as well, and this is the longest version actually. We have QD ports here, and we have also M-LOK channels here to be mount any
like lights or anything like that, right?
Whatever.
So what's the barrel length on that one? That looks
this is also 4.8 inches. Okay. This is 8 inches.
Matilda, you're home.
And also
welcome
we have
home.
some plan to release a longer version as well, because we are just talking to our customers at this exhibition and we are collecting the information. What barrel length will be the next one? Okay. To decide this, we are having some meeting.
2-inch barrel next.
10 inches or 11 inches would be better for the as a next barrel length option.
Yeah, and these are all 9 millimeters, correct?
Yes, all 9 millimeters. We have also some other plan like
10 millimeter.
Yeah, that can be, but the problem is actually 10 millimeter ammunition is really hard to find in Turkey, you know.
Oh, that's right, Yeah.
Yeah,
it is very popular in the United States.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe 380 auto.
380?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
380 PCC.
Yeah, it's not very common in the United States, but in some countries, the 9
That'd be
millimeter
pretty
is
neat.
not allowed to sell. So maybe we can work on that caliber as well.
Yeah, and I can imagine the 380 to be so cool to shoot because it'll be very, very soft.
Yeah.
9 millimeter is very soft,
Yeah.
but 380 obviously so much softer, let's just say. All right, so
Boogaloo making
we
a
got
380
1913,
PCC.
Picatinny adapter right here, compatible with that, right? So you can fold this stock. In the U.S., this would be a brace, obviously.
Yeah.
And I know you guys did some government work with this.
Yes, we are already in a work with a
10 mil?
government agency to sell these guns. We have completed a lot of tests with this
And
gun. With a government
I've not
agency
jumped on the
in
10 mil
Turkey.
bandwagon.
We had many different tests like low temperature,
I know a full caliber
test,
or a full
ammunition compliant
full
test,
power
very
10 millimeter
around
is
16
good.
different NATO standard tests we have passed with this gun.
And the gun
But-
passed, no problem.
Yeah.
It's more
That's
expensive.
really cool, and I like that you guys also offer this collapsible option here. So you
Yeah.
just collapse this thing.
This is a
Pretty
brace
cool.
with rods on the sides, and you can open or close the brace from here.
And then
Yeah.
just this is really cool.
Yeah.
I personally really like that.
Yeah.
And what I like about this gun, guys, is the how smooth this bolt is. So, magazine compatibility. What magazine does
Yes,
this use?
yes, this is what I want to know.
Scorpion 3 Plus.
Okay.
All right, so you
Yeah,
Scorpion.
that's
Scorpion
very common
mags?
in the US, and many companies making these magazines.
Scorpion mags
so
is
that's very
okay.
easy to find different kind of magazines in the market.
Yeah, and very reliable.
You got a friend
Absolutely.
hunting?
Price point.
Hunting with the high point 10 mil carbine. Man, your friend has got to be like the biggest redneck ever. Oh my goodness. Either the biggest redneck or just an absolute meme lord. Those are the two options.
Yeah, the MSRP gonna be around $750.
Okay, and I know that's a ballpark because you guys have an agreement with Century Arms.
Yes, that's correct. And
So-
the guns will be coming in the US market with
$750 MSRP for a Huglu PCC. Interesting. Interesting. I'll have to keep an eye out, an ear out for that one.
Mohawk brand, very similar to our current brand.
Okay.
And our target with Century is to launch this product in July or August.
All right, you guys heard it from
He's
the
a
man
friend.
himself.
And
July or August
crazy
in the United
redneck.
States.
Father's crazy
Hopefully
redneck.
somewhere around 750, but
Makes
obviously we'll see what
alcohol.
happens.
Yeah.
There's some more stuff that's
That checks
going on
out.
in the background.
Checks out.
But direct blowback, CZ Scorpion magazine system, fully ambidextrous, little nice PCC that has earned a government contract over in the.
I wonder if Gotcha has heard about the Huglu 380 PCC. He said they're working on it. Gotcha's a fan of 380.
In Turkey. So sounds very promising. Albert Smith, thanks a lot for your time,
Thank
man.
you very much for coming in again. Thank you.
All right, guys, here we are at Zero Compromise. I've got Marcus with me, and they've got a new 2 to 10 LPV over here. Dude, tell us all about it, man.
Well, it's not
2 to 10 is MPVO, not LPVO.
exactly new. We released it last year at about the same time, but we're starting to ship them out now. So for the market, it will be new.
For the U.S. market, it is brand new. Yeah.
Exactly. So 2 to 10, our own cantilever mounts. We made some changes.
You do love 10 mil power you've seen and experienced it. I hope you've experienced from behind the gun, not in front of the gun. You just learned about that today. MPVO is 10. Yeah, this is a 2 to 10. LPVO starts at 1x. MPVO is higher than that. And then HPVO, high power, starts higher than that. You wouldn't be alive if you were hit by a 10 mil. I mean, it depends on where it was hit. Take a 10 mil to the foot, you're having a real bad day, but you'll live. Destructy. You missing your jingles? You can pay attention now. Pay attention now. Just learned something new today. From me. From me. It's crazy. Learning on this channel. Gotta add the educational tag now. We get the keys though. The keys. We still got the keys. Tag, add, educational. Done. This is an educational stream. The keys. You said it would make more 5.7? There's a lot of 5.7 carbines out there. That is not a super rarity. The keys. The keys. You should make... Oh, I already read that one. LPVO is 1, MPVO 2, HPVO 3. So, I've seen MPVO used as a term for both starting at 2x and 3x. I can't think of any scopes that start at a 4x and then a 5x and adjustable up is high power variable for sure. And it's just the 3x is kind of like a gray zone between medium and high power. Keys. I'm just holding these. Oh. I tried to hold that in front of the camera. It did not work. Duplication prohibited if it'll focus in the right spot. Duplication prohibited. Focus up here. It's not going to get it. It says duplication prohibited. The keys. The keys. Do I have any skeleton keys? I have an uncut key. I don't have any skeleton keys. These are all just... I don't even know what most of these are. I'm going to be honest. They're just old keys.
To it. This is one of the earlier prototypes, so we're either going to have a slimline cantilever, which have both the slim.
This is very small. I expected a 2 to 10 to be larger. Interesting. You have an old doorknob skeleton key? Want locksmith to fix it? The old school anything, just in general, like antique kind of old stuff. Very cool, super vibey.
Ryan's like rear and front, and then we have the beefy rear and front as well. So front here you have a direct mounted acro like to our ring top, so it's a solid mount. And we also have new indexing points, which we also have on our ring tops in general, so that you can mount a.
I kind of wish I had something that I needed this scope on, because it looked kind of neat, but I don't have anything that this would be practical on. Oh, Destructi, I'm sorry, I didn't see your message. I saw it, but then I instantly got distracted by something else. I don't remember what. What carry would I recommend for tall guy with big hands? Like, by big hands, do you mean like big beefy hands? Or like big skinny hands? Yes, beef. Okay, you got some big old steak fingers. You heard a Sig Fury. So a Sig Fuse? Sig Fuse, probably? Sig Fuse would probably be good. Because that is a slim frame with a very, very reasonably sized grip. So good kind of carry option. It's going to depend also on where you plan on carrying. Like appendix or side, like 6, 7 o'clock. It also depends on just your body geometry. If you've got like a, if we're recommending here theoretically for for someone with a huge beer gut who wants to carry appendix, it's not going to be comfortable. No gut? Oh, that makes this easier. That makes it easier. Unless you've got like gut that's like big enough you can hide an AK under it. In which case you should go to the gym. But I don't know, something something probably mid-size, slim frame. Like the fuse, good. If you want to carry something more unique, you could do the Smith & Wesson M&P 5.7. That one's got good, very good capacity and very slim, except then you have to pay for 5.7 and decide whether you want to use 5.7 in a potential self-defense situation. If big belly, you can use sideways holster so you can draw to the side and bypass the belly. Like one of those fanny pack holsters where the gun is horizontal, except it's just under your belly flap instead of in a fanny pack. That does not sound ideal. You love cross draw. Cross draw? You must have learned to shoot in like the 80s. Maybe early 90s. Cross draw is very old now. Early 2000s. And you learned cross draw in early 2000s. Interesting. Cross draw has pretty much gone to the wayside. It's far too easy to flag things you don't want to flag when you're doing cross draw. You have left-handed draw for your right hand only with your Smith & Wesson? What? Left hand draw for right hand only. I'm having an aneurysm. Hold on. What? Your right hand draw, your holster is left-handed? So are you cross drawing? Or just like mounting your holster upside down? Or some strange way on your right side? Back draw? How do you sit down? Or do you just like hike up your pants really high like an old man? So it's like small the back carry. It sits in your curve. Destructi confirmed curvy. I guess my back is too bony. Yeah, Carrie. Apparently. It sits in your spine. You should have that surgically removed. In your spine? Man. My spine is freaking sticking out like a stegosaurus. I'd be dying. Sits on your spine? You must not have chairs with lower back support. Otherwise, that's gonna be digging into you. I don't know. That seems like the most uncomfortable thing ever. That seems more uncomfortable than a shoulder holster. Is your crack up to your belt line? And that's where it sits? Man, you got some crazy arch in your back. Did you get your posture from like on Instagram, girly? I don't know. I don't know. I guess everyone's bodies are shaped different. Goodness sakes, I could never do that. I'd be dying. I like my appendix, Carrie. And I did this during my demo ranch yard sale trip. Test. did a torture test appendix carry. Literally appendix carried for 30 hours straight. 30 hours straight appendix carry. What's up with Demo Ranch? Haven't heard. Demo Ranch is retiring. So Demo Ranch is retiring. He just had a big event where he sold off a little bit of his collection. 160 guns, 25% of his collection approximately. And so there was a big event, and I bought a Heiser. Because apparently I'm addicted to terrible guns. Appendix is cool, but terrifying. At the same time, you like a safety. Don't want any accidents. And I used to be nervous about appendix carry. But the more I carried, the less scary it got. Like, I know if I'm not pulling the trigger, the gun's not going off. So and if it goes off, then I guess I get SIG settlement money. He didn't sell all of his guns. He sold like 25% of them. Man still got hundreds and hundreds of guns. Did I get to meet him? I did. I did get to meet him. Super cool guy. What made him retire? So he's made a few videos on it. I'll try to give you the TLDR. So, so his kids are getting older, and he's got that parent feeling that he's gonna miss out on the time with his kids. So he wants to be able to spend more time with his kids. He also is feeling a bit burnt out of content creation. So, I mean, he's got so much money at this point. Like, man could safely retire and never work a day in his life and be set for life. And probably also pay for his kids' college. TLDR, he's getting old, wants to spend time with his kids. Yeah. Except he's not old, because he still has kids living in the house. But if I was to guess, I think as soon as the kids are out of his house, he'll be back. I don't think he'll be gone forever. He'll be back. I hope he's back. Because, I don't know. Because he's been a great influence on the internet so far. And I think the internet needs that good influence. He's been doing it for like 15 years. And he's older than you. Yet, I don't know how old he is. I think he's like late 30s. He's 38. So he's not old by any means. He's still young. But I don't know, he's 38, got enough money, he's set for life, honestly. He's not that much older than you. You feel old. I feel old whenever I talk to like Gen whatever's after Z, Gen Alpha. I'm pretty sure all of Gen Z. Like if you're the last year of Gen Z and you talk to Gen Alpha, you feel old. The internet just does that. I don't have enough skibbity riz to keep up with the kids. You can only wish you've been that successful at anything. I mean, if you go and like find him telling like his story of how he got into YouTube, it was like basically an accident. Which is crazy. Like, basically, he started out by just like posting videos to just like share with family and friends on YouTube when YouTube was in its infancy. And then he just like accidentally had a video go viral like right after they started giving out ad revenue. And then he wanted more. He wanted more of the dopamine rush of having viral video. Which I understand. And so he made a career out of it. Did it for however long he did it. I don't know exactly how long. And now he's retiring. I think he'll be back though.
Weapon mounted laser rangefinder and really, beat the shit out of it and still retain 0. The scope itself, as you said, 2 to 10, 5 times zoom. So it also has a parallax that goes down to 8 meters or 8 yards. Like it's close enough.
Nice. What's the tube?
Is it parallax that's close enough?
Same with all of our optics. Like pretty much all of our scopes have the same. Like from
that's the kind of confidence I want from my scope. It's close enough.
in front of the turrets to the back, they all look pretty much the same as you can see here.
Yep.
There's small changes here to this turret, to like slimmer. You got -2 mils for zero stop for speed drop and things like that.
Okay.
So, which is a nice little feature that the
So-
guys requested.
It is a mill rating, right?
Oh, okay, of course, yeah. No, we do have a MOA, but it's not our primary focus, obviously. So mill radians on all of our scope is the primary, adjustments for sure.
All right.
And yeah, the question I get was like, why don't you do a 1 to 10 or something?
MRADs,
And,
why not?
Europeans.
Yeah, why not? Why don't we just do a 1 to 20?
1 to 20, I'll take it.
No, so what you do, like when you do
1 to
go up
20.
and higher magnification
I'd buy a
ratio,
1 to
like
20.
zoom ratios, you like a 5x, you still can get a very good eye box, very good optical clarity and everything. And if you do a 1 to 10, you'll notice like you have a nice 1 up to like 6, and then you start seeing it getting dark. You want a parallax and all those kind of things. So at 10 power, you can get a pretty narrow eye box. So with the 5x zoom, you got 2, which phenomenal eye box, really good field of view, very good optical clarity, and even up to 10 power, you'll see we have like probably the best eye box you can find in any LPBO right now. So, and if you feel like the 2 isn't enough, you got the Acro up front.
That's
You just
right.
run a red dot. So, which we see on a lot of contracts that go out. Even if you have an LPBO, they still put a red dot on it.
And I agree. A lot of special ops guys seem to go to 12 o'clock as well too.
Yeah.
So this thing comes in as it is, right? The way it is.
Yeah, it's obviously the mounts.
This mount seems unnecessarily high. Seems like you could lower it to like about there. Make that a little more convenient. Could just be the angle though.
This is our throw lever that we just.
All right, guys. Here we are at Pistola, and I've got Jan.
Oh,
with me.
this
Thanks
is
for
the
having
space
us.
gun. Space gun time.
You can see there's something
NVG height maybe?
really different looking here.
And even MG.
As soon as I saw it, I was like, wait, what is this thing?
NVG seems really
so
high.
I had to come
really
in
high.
and talk to you, man. Tell us all about this
Way
place.
up there.
Okay, so Pistolo is a startup company. It was founded 3 years ago, and
Pistolo.
we've been developing this product ever since. This is our first IVA show, and we're introducing the product to the public for the first time.
Where are you guys out of?
We're out of Czech Republic, a small town called Zlín.
Very, very good, dude. A lot
Zlín.
of cool companies from Czech Republic. Okay, so this thing looks very different. It's a pistol caliber carbine, PCC. It's 9mm, but it is very different. So tell us what made you guys design this, and what made you guys design it this way?
So we looked
What
at
is
the
this
gun
and
market
why?
figured that there's a lot of AR-15 lookalikes and copies. Everybody wants a lot of modifications, and we decided to take a different approach. Obviously, the engineering
Very
went into
nice.
it, but then for
Man
about a year,
after my
it was
own
just
heart.
a designer that was doing sketches and trying to figure out new concepts. And after that, the engineer and the designer, they got together and they had to come up with a functioning piece. And this is the result.
That is so cool. Okay. Because if you look at it, regular guns, you got a lot of Picatinny
A gun
rails,
made by a
M-block attachments.
designer.
There's a bunch of
A
things going
designer
on here.
gun.
With this specific one, we're going to look at the other guy too. It's very smooth. That's it. So it's 9mm. What is the operation on this one, like the operating system? And at the same time, how do you manipulate this gun?
Okay, so the gun itself operates with a cocking lever right here.
Is it a direct blowback?
It's a direct blowback, like this. The last round fired, it will stay in the back position.
Yeah.
There's a release button on the bottom, yes.
Oh, that's a release button up there.
This is the cocking handle right here. This is the release button down here.
Okay, that's very nice. So this is the guy right here.
That's pretty cool.
You press this button and it releases. Okay, that's pretty cool.
If you want to have it in the back position with the magazine out, there is a second button right here on the bottom. You can still have it in the back position like this.
Oh, it's like one of those ambi features that we have
Glock
on
mag
our
that's
traditional
hidden.
rifles.
Yeah.
So you
Disguised,
so you got your bolt release.
so it doesn't
It's
look like
up
a
there.
Glock mag.
It's up
Okay.
there. Firing.
All right. What's the what's the trigger like? Is this like an AR trigger or its own trigger?
It's our own trigger. It's our own proprietary trigger. You cannot really customize it, but if you feel it, it's nice and
Blowback,
smooth.
you're out.
Okay. Actually, can you
Hey, it
hold
looks
my
cool.
camera? Check it
I
out.
will do that.
Thank you.
I thought these were like lever delayed or something though.
Release first.
It'd be cooler if it was lever delayed.
All right. So I'm going to show it to the camera.
Okay.
That's slack.
What did we get? Can you?
Oh, hold on. Sorry, a little technical difficulty right here. Sorry.
Probably got the Yeah.
Yeah, that is a very nice trigger. Reset.
Oh, does it have a magazine safety? He couldn't pull the trigger with the magazine out?
Yeah.
Jan, this is
Gross.
actually, the trigger is
I'm out.
actually
I'm out.
probably
Got a
one of the
magazine disconnect.
nicest PCC triggers. One of the nicest PCC triggers, I would say. Very, very nice. All right, so you got the ambidextrous selector lever for the fire, and tell us
Needs to be
about
cool
the
how
whole
it
mag.
works
So it's
for
an
you.
ambidextrous, mag
Ideally,
release,
I
as
would
well.
like it to be
But
both.
It is Glock mags, a little bit different. Tell us about it.
So we're using standard 17-round Glock magazine, but we put a proprietary cover, let's say, on the bottom. The purpose of the cover is also to complement the silhouette of the weapon, but then it stands on its own because of the cover. So obviously you can do 10-round magazines as well as 30-round magazines. It's a
Maybe a hot take. I like, maybe not to this extent, but I like when a company takes into consideration how the different pieces look with the profile of the gun. W for considering that. L for magazine disconnect. Standard blowback, a little disappointing. It would look better using Colt mags. Yeah, probably.
It's a standard Glock magazine.
Gotcha. Very good. Are you guys planning to offer maybe any larger capacities with this little base plate attachment?
30 rounds will be an optional. I'm not sure if we're going to go any higher than that, but
yeah, 30 should do it. Yeah,
30 should do it.
Yeah, that's really cool. All right. So what is this button? I know
Lipstick on a pig.
Thing.
Right.
It is very
this is an
simple
adjustable thing.
at
This
its
is a
base.
second position for shooting a third position. So once you take the cover off, the gun is disassembled.
All right. That is pretty cool. So check this thing out, guys. This is your little stock adjustable.
Take the cover off.
And you
Disassemble it
just
the rest of the
basically
way.
Slide this thing somewhere like.
You said that's all you had to do, but then you didn't show us.
There you go. Thanks. Together.
Yes.
That is pretty cool, dude. All right, man. This is awesome. And well, I guess the question is, you said this is pretty much a prototype, right? And we've got the
Devil Rose.
rail attachment.
You're so close to
one
10k
over there.
points. Almost there.
So
So close.
that's a little bit different, though. Can I, real quick, grab that thing?
Go into that. The original concept is not a prototype, it's ready for sale. This one is a prototype. This is something that we want to come out with at the end of this year.
Okay, so this is going
That
to be
one
more
looks
the
cooler.
final one. Right
I like that one.
That's the original concept, and it's ready to shoot out of the box. This concept is more customizable. Okay. So it comes without the red dot. It comes with the Picatinny rail, so you can basically equip it with your own accessories. The lever right here works differently. As you can see, there's not
I do kind of like the folding
safety
charging
mechanism in
handle,
the
though.
front. Yes, but otherwise the rest is quite similar. We also have a Picatinny rail on the bottom. There is still the release over here.
Yep.
I definitely thought these were lever delayed, though.
We have changed the design of the stock here. We've also extended this portion so it's more comfortable against your shoulder.
Okay.
And other than that, it's just an improvement or
Your
a
ads.
modification of the original
Not
concept.
the ads.
Very, very cool. So is this going to be available in the United States, you think?
Probably not this year.
Not this year,
Probably
okay.
not this year.
If there's enough interest, probably you guys will get that going. What's the price point on that one?
You like the
Or
Guitar
target
Hero
price
bolt
point?
manipulation? I think it's pretty cool,
It's,
actually.
3,500 euros, 3,500 euros.
I at least
3,500
like that they're
euros,
trying
obviously,
something
Europe,
different.
United States.
I don't know if
whenever it
it's
gets here,
actually
we'll
nice to
get there.
use,
We'll see what
but I like
is.
that it's different.
Man, that's awesome. Thanks, Todd, for your time.
I like that they're
appreciate
trying
you.
something
All right, guys, here we are at Opus.
that not
and
everyone
I've
is
got
doing.
the Opus CEO Florian here with us. Dude, thanks for having us.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And we saw, I mean, I got to give
Oops.
the shout out to Georg from IWA. He's the organizer. We were having a drink, and he told me that there's a really cool handgun coming to EVA this year. Brand new, nobody has seen it. And I saw the pictures, I was like, I got to check it out. And in person, it's even better. So you basically created this thing. Tell us all about it.
Oh, this is the super expensive one that's some Lago alien competitor. Okay. Next.
We'll see you there. All right, guys, we're at the Tink Arms booth, and we've got something brand new over here, ARX-15 Combat. Dude, tell us all about it, please, man. This looks
Okay,
really
416
cool.
clone.
Disassembly is so easy as usual. You just place this.
They already made a whole video on this one. Or someone did. I think it was TFB. I want this. Except with a 5.56 rock and lock instead of 7.62. ARX is 416. The Tink ARX is. This is the Tink ARX 15. Different from the Beretta ARX. This is a Slovenian gun. The ARX fish gun is Italian. Adding art to boring guns and charging silly money. You'd rather they not try that? I don't know, if you're going to have a silly gun, it may as well make it artistic. I'm not opposed to that. I can appreciate art. Serengeti.
All right, guys, here we are.
Nope. 12 gauge AUG, disgusting. Is gas piston? Yeah, so the Tink...
We'll see there. All right, guys, we're at the Tink Arms booth.
Is literally 416 clone. So piston, gas operated. 416 clone. Slightly different colors. 3-tone. Gross. Wait, no. That's the end of the previous one.
Cool. All right, guys, here we are at Archon, and I've got Philip with me. Dude, thanks for having us, man.
Hey, thank you for coming by. I'm happy to have you guys here.
Absolutely happy to be here. And you've got something brand new, correct? It's this guy right here. Tell us all about it, please.
So this is for those people who know our Archon.
Okay, so PTR currently importing Archon.
Firearm pistols, you know, there's the same technology, non-tilting barrels, super low bore axis, but our flagship Type B model has a 4 1/4 inch barrel in it. This one has a 5-inch and a longer slide. Well, the good news, especially for the customers in the United States,
version,
where the slide and the barrel are not serialized parts, is that everything remains fully compatible. So even if you have one of our Type B or Type D pistols, you can just buy yourself the slide and the barrel, and you can use the lower, which remains fully compatible. So obviously, with the longer sight radius, this pistol is focused on people doing target shooting competition generally, or maybe those just looking for a true full-size gun, because this is basically what it is. So that's one of the new things.
I do
here.
like long guns.
Awesome. It looks really good.
Long, short guns.
I love this. And this diamond pattern on the grip, is that factory?
It's factory. Actually, we have two suppliers of our textures that we use on the pistols. One of them is Handled Grips from USA, and Talon Grips from Steamboat, Colorado. So this one particular here is from
Steamboat,
Talon.
Colorado.
It's actually, again, intended for competition use.
That sounds like the absolute most middle of nowhere town ever.
Shooting with sweaty hands, wet hands, you always have a good purchase on the grip. And we have the other options here too. But one of the features on our Gen 2 modular grip is that people can choose the texture, because all these are actually grip tapes, stickers, so you can peel it right off and get yourself whichever texture or color you really prefer
grip tape.
From either us directly or Handled Grips.
Interesting.
Or Talon Grips.
Don't know how I feel about that.
So this is
but I'm leaning towards.
Not really, right?
No, this is polymer.
Not a huge fan.
Our steel grip version of the pistol here. So what we do, as you can see, the grip looks exactly identical, which is because it is from the design point of view. This is a 3D printed steel grip. So again, it's compatible with the polymer grip, has the same features, modularity built into it, even though we believe that most people will prefer it in the full-size configuration still. If somebody wants to rebuild it into a compact, they can.
Yeah,
so as you can feel the weight, it'll be stainless. Actually a process which penetrates the material.
Okay, different colors.
You don't need to reacquire the target, you stay right
Next.
on it. It's really
Not a fan of
performant.
sticker
it's
details.
Like cheating, you know, while shooting.
Yeah, prefer printed breaks.
All right, guys, here we are.
I don't know. Factory texturing, I don't think should be stickers. Like, I know some people really like the stickers, but they can put them on themselves. I don't want it to be a requirement from the factory.
Luchansky Arms collaborating with
Luchansky
Manufacturing, and they've got this beautiful machine called Stinger 9, and I've got Andre here. Andre, thanks for having us, man.
Thank you, Cam.
Absolutely. So this looks
PCC?
amazing. I mean, I never heard this, I'd never seen this, but I was just walking by. This thing looks really, really cool. Tell us all about it.
Stickers should never be a feature. Stickers
so
are for
it's called
gunplay.
Stingray, designed by us, Luchansky Arms. I don't know if you are familiar with the company.
I'm not a huge fan of
Tell us
stickers.
about the company. That'd be great.
That's fine because
Unless you're gonna like
new
slap
company
some
under this
anime
name.
stickers on a
But as
meme
a
gun,
team, we
then
are
it's
working
okay.
For 15 years, 20 years together. We
In
worked for CZ,
specific
we designed,
situations.
Scorpion 3, for example. Then maybe you have heard about the Alien pistol.
Oh yeah, everybody heard about the Alien pistol. Yeah.
That was our previous company, which we founded together with Dan.
And
we
interested
have
in the
sold it
Stinger?
in like 2021.
You don't trust the
And
delay
we have founded
mechanism?
A new company, Luchansky Arms, called after Jan as a designer.
Is it-
Luchansky, and this is
what's
our
the delay
first project.
mechanism?
We are working.
Isn't
on
it
other
roller?
projects. Some of them are not under our name. Some are projects for different
Is
manufacturers.
it the single roller like a Strybog?
I don't know if they will ever say it was our
Wait.
work, but that's part of.
Does it have an ART charging handle? And also the forward charging handle?
I don't know if they will ever say it
Gross.
was our work, but that's part of.
Yes, it has both. I
our
hate
business.
that.
So you guys are the brains of whatever those projects are, basically. Okay. Cool. So sorry. Cool. Yeah. So I want to know about this thing.
Sure, sure. So, as I said, Stinger 9, PCC, collaboration with Orsaf. It was designed to be smaller, better, faster, less recoiling version of already existing ones, like the Scorpion we did 15 years ago. So
We just
if
pull
I-
out the
if I
T
start
handle,
with basic
honestly.
Dimensions, it's like
The problem is if you pull out the T handle, then you just have an open gap. And even though it's roller delay, you're still going to get some gas back through that. I want it closed. Euro Shot Show, really interesting, pretty much. There's really two European shows. So there's Enforce and Iwa. Enforce was like a week before Iwa. So this is the second European shot show.
lighter, smaller than any competitor you have on the market. Trigger, air style.
They have a plug.
Except the hammer.
Still not ideal, but at least they'll let you remove the T handle. Okay.
Is a little bit longer than on the standard AR.
At least-
but other than
yeah.
the hammer, all the parts are similar
It's
to,
better.
to your
It's
AR.
better.
So it will be easy to tune.
Not
easy
ideal,
to
though.
replace the parts, springs, whatever you want. Manual of operation or controls. Front charging handle like on the Scorpion, so you can do the HK slap.
Nice.
You can put the front charging handle to the right side as well. And then you have the AR charging handle. You don't need to use both of them, so you can take out the AR or you can take out the Scorpion. Big bonus of using those two is that on the shorter versions, which we have over here, the 4-inch, we can go to really short barrel lengths and handguards because we don't need that front charging handle.
You can use that.
Other than that,
No buffer
slide
necessary.
release,
Yeah, no buffer
ambidextrous,
tube.
Like on the Scorpio.
No buffer tube is superior.
Also hold too, bolt, hold and release, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Magazine release. Again, ambidextrous, and we have it quite redundant because it is AR-like and it is Scorpion-like. So you can, choose.
I love this. Like, I really love the mag release. You've got the traditional AR style right there. And if you're used to one of those paddle Scorpion ones, right there as well.
Ooh, paddle
this is
release.
really, really cool. And you know what? They seem like super super ergonomic as well.
Yeah.
Really
we
cool.
spent a lot of time making it really pleasant for the shooter to operate. So whatever you are used
Why
to,
not both the gun?
in terms of platform,
True.
European platforms, US platforms, you will be
Yeah, the forward charging handle
really
and the
easy
T
to go
charging
with
handle.
this weapon.
Button mag release
So,
and paddle
this
mag
thing,
release.
Look, I mean, I'd never heard of you guys before until today. As I said, I was just walking by here. It sounds extremely promising to me based on all of the other PCs that are out there. What is the operating system on this one?
We
Is
have
the frame
patented
metal?
operating system.
It looks like the
Divided
frame is
matter.
polymer.
Was that
Divided matter.
Divided.
So it's a system where you delay the recoil. I will show it to you if I can.
Okay, yeah, sure. we'll have a quick cut, and he's going to
Divided
disassemble
matter.
this.
So here it is. As you can see, the bolt is divided into two major parts.
Okay.
And as you can see, there are two different
Not roller delayed.
colors. There is a good reason for that, because it's not the same material. Okay, if you can hold it.
Oh, wow, this is very heavy.
Yeah.
For what it is, it's heavy and nice.
So this is tungsten. Very expensive, very heavy material. It helped us with the dimensions, because the only other way would be to use the steel, but then you would need a much bigger
And delay the recoil is not delayed.
So the whole gun would be
Blowback.
bulkier, etc., etc. So we've invested into the tungsten to
So
make it really compact. Now, how would it work?
So there are companies that have similar systems in their guns. A system like that really is ideal for preventing bolt bounce in like full auto. I mean, I guess if you're changing the felt recoil, it might be easier to control. But the delay mechanism is unchanged. Tungsten, nice, that's good. Half the price of the gun's in that little block right there.
If you are in the, if the gun is loaded and there's the round in the chamber, this all is spring loaded to the front, and all this weight is resisting the shot, power of shot. But when it's traveling to the back, only this small part, or lighter part here, hits your shoulder.
The fact the gun is literally beating itself up makes you a bit leery.
And
I mean, most guns are literally beating themselves up. Just the speed of the parts moving and colliding with each other, both at the end of travel and going back into battery. This one is just specifically made to do it. I would be interested to see a burn down of it though. You're still liking the ARX, the Tink ARX? Which gas piston brand makes the best for AR platform? I don't know. There's so many now. Gas piston is the thing right now. There's too many. You're thinking HK? I mean, HK is very proud of theirs. They're very expensive. They are good quality. Sig Spear, interesting. Sig Spear does not make a better one than HK. If for no other reason than their quality control is terrible. Sig's quality control is abysmal. So you could get one that is immaculate. You also could get one that barely works. DI is best. I don't know. I'm a big fan of long recoil. Except no one else is. Because there's like one of those. The lottery effect. Yeah, when you buy a SIG, you're basically playing gacha. Playing a gacha game. Let's see, which employee was doing quality control today? Oh, let's find out. HK's the way. Well, wallet hurts already. Yeah. Current production piston AR. Caracal. Oh, I forgot about the Caracal. There's quite a bit of them though. There's a bunch from out there. I don't have them all memorized.
The lower part hits your shoulder.
I mean, we're gonna be getting some Korean ones, theoretically, by the end of the year.
It starts to travel to the front. But this part will never hit your shoulder. It zeroes the weight of those two. So that really reduces the recoil. We made a special bench to measure the recoil because when we started, it was like, personal preference. The fault recoil. It was, yeah, this gun is better, that gun is better. And if you sleep well, then you have completely different perception.
It's very subjective.
Yes, very subjective. So what we made is a dedicated bench for measuring the recoil of different PCCs. When we tested it, the result is a little bit better than your roller delayed Stribog A3, for example, and a little bit worse than SIG MPX, out of the box. Now,
Wait, what did they say was better than? They said roller delayed, and then I stopped paying attention.
hit your shoulder. It zeroes the weight of those two. So that really reduces the recoil. We made a special bench to measure the recoil because when we started, it was like, personal preference. The fault recoil. It was, yeah, this gun is better, that gun is better. And if you sleep well, then you have completely different perception.
It's very subjective.
Yes, very subjective. So what we made is a dedicated bench for measuring the recoil of different PCCs. When we tested it, the result is a little bit better than your roller delayed Stribog A3, for example.
Okay, so better than Stribog?
And a little bit worse than SIG MPX.
Worse than SIG MPX. And the Stribog is only like half a roller delay though. And the SIG MPX is just overrated. There is no employee doing QC at SIG. SIG literally terminated the department. Source, you worked in the QC department for 8 years. Well, obviously they don't need QC. When their parts are made by the venerable and well-vetted factory workers in India, you don't need QC. So it'll be fine.
Out of the box. Now, if you have a SIG MPX for a couple of weeks, month, you will shoot a few thousand rounds. And after 8,000 rounds, we measured again the MPX, and the recoil was double. Why? Because there is an erosion of the gas port in the MPX. And there's a bigger recoil. Here, there's no erosion, nothing to go wrong. As you can see, the system is quite robust, quite simple. And the only thing that will degrade over the time is the spring, recoil spring. So it is quite consistent in the recoil.
Wow, this is absolutely fantastic. Okay, availability in the United States and price.
Price will be under 1,000 retail. Availability this year.
Metal the weight bounces against seems kind of thin.
This is actually very, very cool. Under $1,000 this year. That's going to be available here.
He does say it's been tested over 25,000 rounds. So the metal it's bouncing against, when it's bouncing against it, it's up against another piece of metal. So it's not like it's bouncing against that little piece of metal just free floating, but it's up against the back of the receiver. At least I think. That's what I'm understanding from this. I could be wrong.
CZ, and also Lago Alien, and now they're making this. They're onto something. You know what, guys? We're going to go deep.
Okay, let's maybe not put this in the same category as the Lago Alien. That is a The Laugo Alien is a designer pistol.
Deep diving into this thing on a separate video. I'm going to sit down here with Andre one-on-one. We're going to talk about this gun in detail. I have some questions. All right, so definitely check that out. Link in the description. Hey man, thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you.
Yep. All right guys, here we are at Son of Guns. I've got my friend Bartos here with me.
How's it going, brother?
Good man.
All right, these are the guys. These guys are making weird two-piece polymer lowers. Taurus, this is what we want. This is what we want right here.
All right, guys, here we are at Taurus, and we're about to check out
Okay,
something brand
not
new
the
that they
pistols,
actually
though.
unveiled here. You guys are familiar.
Taurus has a fire control unit pistol like Sig now. Okay. It's like the P365, P320. Got it.
All right, guys, here we are at TSOS, one of my favorite companies, and I got my favorite guy, Ergen, over here, and he's going to tell us some good stuff. I know that 5.7 that you guys had a while back, you guys updated it?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about it, man.
So this is the version 2, just started with the SHOT Show. So this is with the lighting cut, so easy to operate, that was the reason. RMRC optic
You're automatically
cuts,
more
that's
skeptical
like
of
the
guys who found a
5.7K,
company
right?
and immediately
Exactly.
sell
Yeah,
it
also
to start
5.7K.
another.
Right.
Yeah.
You wait to see how those
it comes
PCCs
with the
perform in
full barrel
reviews.
type
Yeah,
with the fit and
I'm
fly.
curious about
All
those
the new ones,
PCCs.
New
So,
features.
You got the
If
bull
they're
barrel
super
here.
cheap,
because the other one didn't have
I'd probably
it.
buy one.
Yep, and I believe this is the only 5.7 with the bull barrel
That
in
is
the market.
so cool.
Yep.
How's
If they're
that
not,
trigger?
Oh,
I'll
that's
wait.
lovely. That's, I don't know, maybe like
The stare he was giving
Let
him.
me guess. Let me guess this thing. Hold this, man. Hold it.
Sure.
All right, guys. So I've already tried this. This is, in my personal opinion, the best 5.7 trigger I've ever felt. So there's that.
Well, that's a pretty low
wall,
bar.
Trigger safety, and you press it. That's
That
it.
looks
So
pretty
obviously
squishy, though.
defensive, but it is super smooth. Maybe 4.5 pounds, maybe right around there. And here's the
Suit guy
reset.
gives you
Just a
Hitman
regular.
vibes.
It's
Just wait till he
pretty
picks
short,
up one of these
very crisp, and you
old school
feel this thing.
guns.
So I wanted to talk about that because my favorite part about this gun is that trigger for sure. All right.
it comes with the 20 rounds magazine. Is the MSRP
20 round, pretty
around,
standard for
like
5.7
400-ish.
pistol.
400-ish MSRP. That is freaking so good. Seriously, like James Reeves. James loves 5.7s, and he's actually pretty. He knows a lot about them. And James told me that in his opinion, this is pretty much one of the best 5.7s out there right now for the price, right? So, is this available in the U.S. right now? Because the other one.
Yes, it's available now.
All right, perfect. Moving on. What else you got, man? Oh God.
That's the pistol we start in our design
Zagana.
in early 2000.
Yeah.
I really want them to bring in the long slide version of this. I would buy one. They're just like a standard like Browning tilting barrel, but they look cool. They look spacey, and I like that. 5.7. Yeah, the last one they were looking at is 5.7. This one is 9.
So we call it Zigana series. That's the Zigana KC with the chrome coating. It's come with the ambidextrous safety. So it's in decock.
It has a
features.
decocker,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's with the, it's a short pistol. Let's say like the recoil is too strong. That's why we have the ported barrel to reduce the recoil.
Gives you
But
Helsing
this
vibes.
is one of the favorite
Yeah,
pistols.
it is a
most
very
of the world, but USA.
Not by USA. Is that there's a funny
media
story with
looking
this
pistol.
thing. I actually visited TSOS and I was shooting their guns and stuff, and Ergen just brought this one up to me, and he's like, "There you go. He works for Class Firearms now."
Here, let's find a picture of it. Let's get a picture of the long one. There we go. So there's the longer one. The Zagana Sport. They basically just added an inch in there. And it looks so much better. Looks so good. Except for the finger grooves. But I like it. if they bring in the short one, it'd be cool. But like, I'm not sold. But if they bring in this one, oh boy. About to become a TSS fanboy. An inch is a lot. An inch is a lot. Chat, you heard it here. An inch difference is huge.
She brought this one up to me. I'm not gonna lie. I said, what in the hell now? I don't want this. This is not for me, right? Because it isn't, you know, I'm being honest. And then I shot this thing. I was like, what? I was shooting this thing very accurately. I couldn't
You don't
believe
have
how
emotes?
nice this thing shot.
You have
So sometimes, you know, guys, that you don't
emotes?
judge the book by its
If you're not
cover.
subbed, you don't have
So it's pretty cool.
my
I wanted to
emotes.
tell that story.
But
What else you got, man?
Thank you so much.
oh, the better TTV, or whichever those ones are. I used to have those set up, but they're not set up for some reason. I'll have to look at that at some point.
That's our Zigana P9, the copy of the Tokarev. So we just
I definitely will be getting one of these. I need a Tokarev that doesn't shoot 7.62 by 25. I love my 7.62 by 25 Tokarev. What I don't love is paying for the ammo. And I want one that I can just shoot. Also, it doesn't have a slide mounted safety, like the Zastava one.
started producing this model. It comes with the thumb safety.
7TV, that's the
For the
one.
next generation, we go with the exact copy.
All right, so that is pretty cool. You know, a lot of people do love the Tokarev style guns, and when it comes to metal guns, TSAS is known to be one of the best companies out there.
That's
so
correct, sir.
very, very good.
It's got
All right.
cringe grips on it though. If
you
I
got
buy
some
one, I gotta
polymer
change out the
stuff, you got
grips.
government
I'll show
contract.
you, but before that, I'd like to show you the F84, the Beretta clone.
Ooh, I didn't see that one.
That's the pistol we started our business in.
Is that a
30
high
years
power?
ago. That's
They got high
our
power clones?
F84 clone. That's exactly copy. You can just exchange.
You
the
must
parts.
have 32
That's our
ACP.
Lovely, beautiful.
You want a 32 ACP
.380
Tokarev?
magazine, 13 rounds.
That'd be pretty interesting,
Speaking
honestly.
of calibers, all of these guns except the 5.7, they're 9mm. Tokarev and the Zigana, they're 9mm.
That's 9mm.
This is 380 straight
380,
copy.
sir. Yep.
All parts interchangeable,
Exactly,
everything.
sir.
What's the MSRP on this one?
400-ish.
400-ish. And guys, when it comes to seriously, like metal guns, TSAS is known to be one of the best out there. This is really, really cool.
They
I
are.
honestly didn't know about
They
this.
are, honestly.
Okay, now I do. All right, now
TSAS
you have
is one of the good
polymer
Turkish
gun that actually
manufacturers.
most recently won
There's a lot
the
of bad
government
ones.
contract.
TSAS is
That's over
good.
there.
Let's talk about it.
Yep.
All right, so again, these are the polymer. Okay, which one? Is this it? Which one? Oh, that one.
Batur.
Okay.
We call it Batur.
Batur. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Batur. That's our tender pistol for the Turkish military, the Navy, Air Forces, and
Okay, another Turkish Glock. Does anyone care about another Turkish Glock? The other ones were cool, kind of retro guns. Turkish Glock, meh. Lepers. Modernized
It's gotta be
MP5s.
highlighted more here. So tell us about it, please.
Yes, thank you. So as you guys know, we've been developing the monolithic handguard line for the MP5 platform, and it was the first time people combined the optics rail with your handguard real estate.
32 ACP Tokarev exists.
We came out with that
Does
standard
it?
model and the K model over the past year or so, and new for
30
this
Super
year
Carry
is
Tokarev when?
extended version for the standard MP5. So basically, this extends past your barrel, and it transitions from an M-LOK to a Picatinny here because this was a partnership with a special forces group who was issued Picatinny flashlights, and they wanted an integral Picatinny rail out past the top. So you can mount your flashlight, it'll go past your barrel, and it's compatible with suppressors up to 1.4 inch in diameter.
Yeah, honestly, even if you wanted, you could
1.4
mount a laser
inches.
there too. I know it's set at 45, but it'll still work.
I'd like
once
a
you get it
little-
dialed in.
a little
and
bigger
as
than
you
that.
said earlier to me, looks really cool too.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think some people will definitely like how this looks.
Our
Continues to
nice looking
modernize a very
jacket, it
classic
is.
Platform, and this leverages our patented lockup on the monolithic handguard series.
This lady
Very
definitely works in a lab in a video game.
easy to install, none of that kind of pincer and adjust kind of vibe. And then you still have your indexing points for holding 0, as well as your serial number cutout, chamfering, all these nice details.
Yeah. Besides obviously effectiveness, it also looks good, and looks is very important. It is to me, right?
Looks is very important.
So we've got the MP5 right here. So if you look at it, and if you actually overlay that,
yeah,
it would look something like this, guys. So guess what? That Trilog muzzle device is within that little Picatinny area. So what about suppressor clearance?
It's okay.
It'll work for suppressors up to 1.4 inches in diameter.
Okay, so you're kind of getting a ever so slightly SD type look with this thing, which I freaking love. So now the most important questions. Well,
If you want a modernized
availability in the United
MP5,
States, obviously, and price.
I think it's a pretty good
This
choice.
is available now, and we are setting MSRP retail price in the United States at $249.99 or 97, something like that.
All right, so
I really like
that's
the MP5 for the
so
retro
potentially you
vibes,
could find
though.
it even less than that.
What
That is
brand?
actually a really good price.
Lepers.
Do you know what's the metal
Lepers.
version on this one? Is this probably 6061 aluminum?
Yes, that's correct.
All
Yep.
right, yeah, that is really, really cool. And you have this little claw mount that you want to talk about?
Right, so as you can see, mounted on the firearm here, we also have, showing at SHOT Show as well,
Lepers.
our low
So
profile.
Leapers just makes like the accessories. So they just make the rail and they just make the claw mount. So you still have to get the gun. These are just add-ons. It's like buying a scope mount. I was gonna say the Swordfish kit did the monolithic top rail integrated with the handguard decades ago, but apparently that was just an airsoft thing. Airsoft, honestly, in terms of accessories, there's a lot of stuff that actual gun companies just steal from airsoft. If it holds 0, pretty much brings the MP5 up. I think she said it did at the beginning, I'm pretty sure. You want
mount for
MP5 anyways.
Also for the K model,
MP5 are very
as
cool.
well as the light mount, which clamps around the front sight here. So it's a really optimal use of your weight that you're adding to still the classic handguard. You can maintain that if you like. Extra low profile across both these items, so they work very
Which
well together.
AK civilian
and you could use a C3
MP5 is
riser,
the
like
best? I mean, the HK version of the MP5 is, what is that, the SP5? But if you want a cheap one that's not made by HK, probably like MKE or something is good. Those are actually made on HK tooling, just in a different country.
we are here, you could still apply your pressure switch and maintain the use of your original irons.
That is really cool. The pricing on that one, do you have any information or no?
Both of these are priced around $75 MSRP.
That is so cool. Well, Margaret, thanks a lot for your time. Appreciate it. And
Thank
guys,
you.
absolutely check out Leapers. All right, guys, here we are at Aktaş, and I've got Ibrahim here with me. And they've got something really cool, especially for the price point. You guys are going to go crazy. Something 300 blackout, capture
300
holds,
blackout,
all of that. You know, Ibrahim,
short
tell us
stroke
all about
AR.
it.
Okay. Hello everyone. Firstly, we are very to be happy this interview. This is our new model, SEM 300 Blackout.
Simp
Also
300.
we have
Jack.
SEM 556 and 223.
Oh, they also have the
It's
Simp
right here. This is the,
556.
556 version right up here. Same exact thing, but 300 blackout, obviously. I love it.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is a 10-inch model.
Yep.
We have a short gas operation, and this is adjustable.
Yeah, so yeah, what Ibrahim told me right off camera, so this very model is just for this show. This one doesn't have adjustable gas block, and neither the ambidextrous magazine release, but the US version, the updated version, which is being updated right now, the final model, let's just say, is going to have an adjustable gas system right here.
I think he spelled it with a C.
Short piston-driven system, and also it will have a
the Simp 300 and the Simp 556.
Release. So moving on.
Also, we will add the ambidextrous safety pin. You know. Also, this is you can change the stock. We have 3 options. This is a bar type.
Standard
also,
Picatinny.
We have, folding one and telescopic one. This is easily.
A company providing the stock for the pistol they import? That's crazy. That's crazy.
That is really cool. That how easy you can just put it on and off. That actually is that you guys. You guys made this?
Yes,
all right.
100%.
Very good. Oh, and also I see ambidextrous bolt release, bolt catch right here. Wow, that is actually pretty cool. Good old PMags.
This is AR trigger.
Okay, so AR. I can put any other AR triggers in there.
Yeah.
In there. All right. And what else we got? So you got the M-LOK system here.
Yes.
And grips. Can we put any other AR grips on there?
Of course, yeah.
All right.
Can it?
All right, that's it. So let me ask you this. I mean, overall, some of the specs, you guys can see pretty like old school charging handle here, which I really actually like. This is actually pretty cool. But you can put your own charging handle, whatever you want on there. I really like the way the M-LOK system looks. It's really clean, feels good to touch, and pretty slim profile.
Man, he
as
just
I said, capture bolt right here.
groped that handguard. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
he gave it a nice rubbing.
Freaking awesome. 300 blackout, adjustable gas block. Obviously, you got you can throw your own muzzle device on there, 5/8x24 thread pattern, so you can do whatever with it. And feels pretty tight too, like when you grab it. And the price point is the one that actually made me.
There's no way he just like groped that handguard and then fiddled with the flash hider like that, and then talked about how tight it was. What was that? It's over for me. The brain rot has gone too far.
Go crazy on this one. Obviously, we don't know how much it's going to be, but is it going to be under $1,000 if we were talking about?
He knows his audience.
I don't know what we will bring with the Century.
He didn't even like give the eyes to the camera. He just did that and just like went about his business. It's crazy.
We don't know the price.
I like the sights.
Okay, so I kind of know.
I'd buy the irons.
In the background. Again, yes, Century Arms actually have an agreement with the company. They're going to bring this thing in, 5.56, 300 blackout, and we're going to see what they price it. But
Yes, you're directly into the camera when you do that. Exactly.
Much more reasonable than some other companies out there that are offering something similar. That's what I'm thinking. Of course, I haven't shot this thing, but I've watched some videos. Looks like amazing. It looks like it's functioning very well. Let's just say that. But overall, that's it. And do you have any timeline on when this will be in the United States?
Probably this summer.
Okay, so this summer.
This summer?
It's already March, pretty much. So just a few more months. We'll see.
If it's not already approved by the ATF, there's no way. There's.
Yeah, we applied. We are waiting for this.
Gotcha.
Okay, so they've applied. Awesome. They've not been approved.
Do you have any government contracts or anything like that anywhere else?
At least they've applied.
In Turkey, right?
Yes.
Saying they're going to get a positive response and get them in the country before summer.
For some African countries.
Very optimistic.
Distributor in Europe, a couple countries like this.
So some African countries, Turkish.
Is it Q3 2026?
Pretty good. I look forward to checking this thing out in the United States.
Yeah.
Well, guys, check out Akdash, and we'll see how this goes.
Assuming we get them at all.
If you're watching this, Classic Firearms better be the first one to get the hands on. I'm telling you, Adam, you're watching this? All right.
Oh, they're working with Century?
Okay.
They've got a little bit of chance now.
Something really cool over here. This is the Tactor semi-automatic gas-operated shotgun. So, Ömer, tell us about this, man.
Well,
This is a basic designed tactical shotgun that does the job. It has
Okay, generic semi-auto shotgun. Chat, is there anything in this gun that I actually need to see? What is the selling point of this gun? Because it just looks like generic. Okay, well that's different.
This year, 2025?
Yeah, in this year, in a couple of months.
And price point, you don't have anything yet?
Well, I don't know actually about the retail price, but it should be the point where the quality and the performance meets.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out, guys. So, Ömer, thanks a lot for your time. Appreciate it. All right, I'm back with Ömer again. He has something else that is cool over here.
Yes,
and this
tell me
little,
about this
shotgun. Just tell us about it, please.
Well,
Underbarrel shotgun.
This is called AK UBS 12. So underbarrel shotgun.
Underbarrel shotgun.
It can be attached to
I want an underbarrel
like
shotgun.
grenade launchers, flare launchers. In this format, you can use it as a standalone gun. It's a short gun with telescopic stock and the sights here.
So in a
Looks like a
nutshell,
Metal
this
Gear
is not
Solid
the
gun.
Firearm, okay, this grip module, the stock area, that is not the firearm. The firearm is this master key. Down
It's very
here, this
cool.
Thing. Actually, let's show us how to take that apart.
Yeah, it's very easy.
Oh, QD.
Just we unlock here and slide the stock backwards.
There we go.
Here we have the master key.
Yeah.
There's
Too bad it's an
Picatinny
NFA
inside.
item.
It's a patented system. So Picatinny engages to the Picatinny on the AR rifle. It's a spring system. When we attach it to the rifle, again we lock these here. And
That
then
is pretty
we are
cool.
ready to shoot. It's a pump action 3+1 gun. For example, you can shoot non-lethal ammunition, rubber ammunition here.
Non-lethal?
Can be
That's boring.
Used to breach the door,
Yep.
etc.
Breachers.
So this is really cool. Again, this is
I don't know if I want to breach a door with that. With no breacher on the end of the barrel. But interesting idea.
the master key. This is the firearm. This is not. So this actually also attaches to the grenade launchers. Yeah. Same thing. All right, perfect. And you guys got any military contracts, law enforcement contracts with these?
We are joining the tenders, military tenders. Okay. To better say.
Okay, so they're in some trials.
It is not easy to sell the civilian market as the barrel is too short.
Yeah.
You want another interview where
I
the
totally
salesperson
understand that,
doesn't
for,
pitch progress,
law enforcement, military, they've got,
isn't
'cause this
interested,
attaches to pretty
and
much
doesn't
any
know
Picatinny,
anything
right?
about the
If you got an
pistol.
AR, M16, whatever.
And
you
is the
can,
only one there because
got a
I
Picatinny
only one who know
on the,
English.
6 o'clock position. You can attach this thing
Like
and
the-
use it as pepper balls
the
in there,
blank
or
firing
shells,
Desert
or,
Eagles.
less lethal options there, while you got the lethal one
That
on
one was
the
good.
rifle itself. So it gives you that both systems at the same time. It's actually really,
That one
really
was
cool.
good 'cause it
Just
was
out
so
of my own
bad.
Curiosity, what's the price point on this one?
Well, the export price should be around 200 without stock.
$200.
US dollars.
There you go, guys. Export price somewhere around $200 US dollars for this price. And
Wait.
this is what would this be then?
Around $80.
This is about $80.
$200 for that?
So together, $280. Not bad. Really cool. All right, guys. Here we are at Fort.
I want
and
one.
I've got Konstantin with me, and he's holding a very cool system over here. It's called Fort 230. Not an
This grip pattern is giving me deja vu. Why? What has this grip pattern? $400. Pretty sure it needs a tax stamp. That's what I thought. But if it needs a tax stamp, then you run into import issues. So I don't know. I don't know why this is giving me deja vu.
MP7, Fort 230. 230. 230.
Yeah.
All right. And Konstantin, thanks for having us, man. And tell us all about this.
So guys, my name is Konstantin from Fort, and this is
Maybe AOW
Fort
without the frame?
230 submachine gun 9x19.
Maybe.
This submachine gun used in the armed forces of Ukraine.
As long
in
as it's
the
not
National
jacking
Guard
up
of
prices
Ukraine,
like Q.
And,
I don't think anyone's
has
jacking up
assigned
prices like
another
Q.
stock number.
Except
So
maybe
you
Terran
can fire,
Tactical.
This is an automatic weapon. So what we have here, we have Ford high steel front sight, adjustable front sight.
High
Ford
steel.
high adjustable rear.
Ah, I love the accent that makes H like guttural. The high steel. I don't know, I like that sound. It's cool sounding language that I don't have. We need to bring the sound into English.
Side, we have Picatinny rail. We have very comfortable Ford front grip with 4 position of fixing to make a good shot. So we have 3 QD sling swivel ports here. We have telescopic buttstock with possibility of fixing in 3 position. So inside it's come with
These ones do look cool.
2 magazine
I like these.
for 20 rounds and for 30 rounds.
Are those specific to Fort? They're not like a.
No, it's only Ford magazine.
Okay. All right.
Also manufactured
Proprietary
by our
magazine?
company. So also we have double-sided fire switch selector lever, very fast and short trigger. We have also charging handle, and this charging handle can be installed on the right and on the left side. And also the last, it's we can use this submachine gun with a muzzle brake compensator or suppressor with quick installation and quick removal mechanism. So
Yeah, this is really cool. I love that you've got this thing in 9mm Fort 230. Looks really good. And what is the operating system?
operating system is blowback operated. It's very simple and very useful in real battles and combats.
Yeah, with the straight shot magazine too, obviously, this probably has a really high fire rate too.
Yes, I also want
Uzi
to,
flashbacks, but better.
Speak about some special coating that we used. So you can see that some spare parts of the submachine guns have another colors. For example, charging handle, barrel, muzzle brake compensator, all metal parts have another color, like a buttstock and QD sling. So this is phosphating. Phosphating, it's an extremely durable and strong coating that we start using for our weapons to be ensure that our weapons do not rust and spoil it.
Like the look of the different colors of metal.
Condition under influence of rains, swamp,
Which is
and
not what he's trying to
snow.
emphasize here. He's trying to
Because,
emphasize how
it is a key
it's
to
super
successful
reliable.
attacks of our
I'm just sitting here
Ukrainian
like,
brave
yes, that looks
Wow,
cool.
That is actually really, really cool. I love this thing. And you said this one has a NATO stock number.
Yes, that's a stock number.
So the Ukrainian military is currently using this?
Yes.
How long have you had this out for?
1 year.
Wow.
It's like a new model. Last year on IWA we presented it's the first time and it's the second time. And after our victory, we want to expand our export potential and we think about how to make this submachine gun in civilian version with longer barrel and maybe another buttstock, something like that.
Yeah,
No.
and you know what? For the United States, yeah, you can keep the barrel length the same. We'll just throw a little brace back there.
Yeah.
No.
Which works for us. So
No. Keep the barrel the same and also sell the stock. This better not come with some janky backwoods brace. I want it to look exactly like the one that they use in a war zone. I don't want some jankiness on here. After our victory, lol, lamau even. And we'll see. I just want him to stop fighting. Now you may think, oh, but Count, that's so terrible for whichever side I like. But trust me, my reasons are very are very good. Because I want the guns. I want all the guns that people are sending to Ukraine instead of giving me as part kits. I want them. Give them to me. Give them to me. Ukraine military is using them. Means nothing. They have Keltec sub 2Ks in inventory. They do. They do. I don't know. I feel like it's a difference. Like, literally everyone is sending them, like, guns. So that countries can get brownie points and manufacturers can get tax write-offs. But if they're actually being used, it's different than if they got shipped over and they're sitting in a warehouse. Like the CZ Bren 3 is definitely one that's being used. And the Bren 2. And they made improvements based on its use. I don't think the Keltec Sub 2000 is getting any useful field testing in Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, guys, at this point, this is only available for Ukrainian military, and obviously, Ukraine is in a conflict right now. Hopefully, after your victory, as you said,
yes,
you guys are able to expand over to the civilian market, Europe, United States, because we would love to have this. Now, let me ask you this last question. Why did you guys make this machine, and why did you guys make it in 9mm?
Because it's very comfortable to tank team, to helicopter team, to medical team, when you need the weapons with not very big sizes. That it's more comfortable to make fire against militaries or teams.
Gotcha.
Drones changed both sides. Drones have changed warfare
It's soft
forever.
to shoot and good to go. All right, so that's great. So you have something else over here, some pistols. You want to talk about that?
I propose you maybe I can show you our grenade launcher.
Of course, of course.
Why is all looking like Euros are innovating more than Americans? Well, I know the answer to that. I can tell you the answer why Europeans are innovating more than Americans. The answer is going to make some people upset. American firearms innovation is being stifled by people's need to be able to customize literally everything with standardized parts. So everything has to take AR mags, everything has to take Glock mags, everything has to take some accessory that also fits on something else. It means that people don't buy products that are actually trying something new. The market in the United States right now is very heavily skewed towards, I want the same thing as I already have, which is really bad for innovation. But over in Europe, the places where you can own guns, you're usually pretty limited on what and how many of something you can own. So, like, if you can only own 2 of something, like, you're not going to get 2 of the same thing. You're going to get one thing that serves one purpose, and you're going to get, like, the best of that one thing you can find. And then you get something else that serves a different purpose, and you're going to get the best of that one thing you can find. You don't care if that one has interchangeable parts with a whole bunch of other guns, because that's what you got. NFA also heavily impacts whole classes of firearms. That's true as well. Yeah, so the NFA the NFA. So the NFA, this NFA item, 40 millimeter. This NFA item got a stock, barrel less than 16 inches, NFA item. Now, could you just put a longer barrel in this? Yeah. But then you run into import restrictions, which isn't NFA, but we love a stream. How other countries are way more pro-gun. So other countries are not more pro-gun by any means. The United States is by far the most pro-gun, that has the best accessibility to guns for average civilian. However, the laws in other countries are well, I can't say all other countries. The laws in some other countries are way more intuitive than American gun laws. So American gun laws make no sense at all. Like there were American gun laws that literally contradict other American gun laws that are all supposed to be enforced at the same time. As much as you hate pistol braces, they would allow PDW sorts of guns to be economically viable in the US. It's true. I hate to admit it. But before pistol braces existed and became mainstream, the whole PDW, PCC market was non-existent. Because nobody wants a 16-inch 9mm. Well, some people do. The market is very small. And nobody, by nobody I again mean very few people, want to pay the tax stamp that is an arbitrary government fee for SBR. It's crazy. Finland, France, New Zealand, non-regulated suppressors. Yeah, there are a lot of countries that suppressors are either entirely not regulated at all, or just treated like any other regulated gun part. So there are countries that regulate certain gun parts, but there's nowhere else that's like, yes, a suppressor somehow is more dangerous and requires higher scrutiny than a pistol. It's the logic behind that is non-existent. But the suppressors in NFA also so the suppressors in NFA is stupid. The part that I take particular issue with, like besides suppressors, is SBR, SBS, and AOW. Short-barreled rifle, short-barrel shotgun, any other weapon. Because when they were originally drafting this whole thing out, pistols were supposed to be an NFA item. Except the gun lobby actually did something, and people realized that the government critters realized that they couldn't actually ban pistols because that would be against the Second Amendment. That would be a constitutional violation. So they removed pistols from the NFA. But before they did that, when they added pistols, they also added this other class of smaller rifles, smaller shotguns, in order to close a loophole that would allow people to have the small guns, but technically still be the big guns. So people couldn't kind of like worm their way around the NFA. So they added SBR, SBS, AOW to close a loophole. But then they removed pistols from the NFA. But they didn't remove this whole class of firearms they had created. And so currently we live in a strange legal landscape where you can have both the small guns and the big guns, but there's this weird middle section that for some reason you can't have because of an oversight when they were passing the NFA, which is ridiculous. Supposedly to a, not really, America. Yeah, the American government, absolutely not 2A. And the reason that we still have a Second Amendment at all is because of the people. And a few select government critters who are legitimately pro 2A. But a whole stream. I don't know if I could do a whole stream. If I did something like that, it would be more likely to be like probably an edited YouTube video so that I could like write down, get my thoughts down and a more clear and coherent structure. But I don't know, it's all crazy. and that's just, we haven't even gotten to ATF rulings that aren't technically laws. And then it doesn't get better. How other countries are more pro-gun, because that's how you see it. So other countries are not more pro-gun. Other countries are more, what's the word? They're not more pro-gun, they're more pro-logic. There's a lot of red tape, and there's a lot of unnecessary red tape for American gun owners. And some of the red tape, you don't even know that there was red tape there until you do something stupid. Except it wasn't actually stupid. The government just decided you couldn't do that. Like how the civ, civilians have decent laws, better than American laws. So I mean, and there are a lot of examples of like specific things here and there that are way better. But despite all of the many and very reasonable complaints about American gun laws, you gotta remember to be thankful that you're still in America, because even though there's some, you can like go and gather specific things that are better in a lot of other countries, the overall accessibility to guns for civilians in the United States is unmatched. So like, I do, and you will hear me complain a lot about American gun laws, but like even the best other countries, in terms of just sheer accessibility and market, there's nowhere else is close, even though there's a lot of stupid stuff. US is easiest place to get a gun. Plenty of places easier to get specific guns. Yeah. There's a lot of places. So I think it's Croatia. They don't regulate their guns based on like handguns, rifles, shotguns, SBR, SBS, AOW, etc., and so on. And if the overall length is less than 32 centimeters, I just made that up. I don't remember what the length is, or even that this is the correct country. I just know that this law exists. If the overall length is less than X length, it's this category. If the overall length is longer than this length, it's other category. And I think while that is far from perfect, it is a way better way to classify guns than the absolute nonsense that we have with like 12 different classifications of guns based on the length of different pieces and features and whatever else. An example in Cali recently. Well, that's your problem. It's Cali. Was about to destroy the castle doctrine. The people didn't allow it and didn't pass. California has castle doctrine? I thought California was duty to retreat. Concealable guns are scary criminal guns. Yeah. So I think, how do we say this without making people upset? So I think that this is gonna be a hot take, guys. So let's start with what we agree on. Gun laws in America are really bad. I think anybody on any side of guns agrees with this. Gun laws in America, bad. Nope, Cali has castle doctrine, thankfully. They wanted to pass duty to retreat. Oh. Wow. Very rare California W. So everybody agrees current gun laws bad. The problem is, in order to fix the gun laws, compromises would have to be made. That it is an unfortunate reality of politics. Small concealable guns, convenient for everyone, good and evil, true. So, gun laws, any laws in general, but gun laws specifically is what we're talking about here. If you want something to change on a broad scale, I'm not talking about like a little thing here and there, like broad scale change. If that was going to happen in the current political government climate, compromises would have to be made. And so at that point, the discussion comes, like, what things can you give as a compromise to try and satiate the people who are against you? And I think that gets into some weeds. Don't give an inch. So I agree with don't give an inch as an idea. It has been happening. Insert conceal carry map GIF. Yeah, so conceal carry has been happening very slowly. It has been happening slowly. That is little changes, little by little. Like the conceal carry map GIF is like 30 years. What I'm talking about is like one big sweeping change. So like if you're gonna have one big sweeping change to the fundamentals of gun regulation in the United States, which is what we need. Like conceal carry, very good, very great improvement, but it's not changing the foundation of gun laws in the United States. Like I'm talking about like NFA, GCA, all the nonsense. Hughes Amendment. So if you're going to get rid of all that in one big sweep, change the fundamentals of how firearms are regulated. And there are some things that even people who you would think would be more on your side aren't going to be for. So you're going to have a really hard time not giving an inch if that inch is RPGs. Because there's some things that no matter what you think of, we shouldn't or shouldn't own them, are going to be so off-putting to people that if you put that in there, it'll stop the whole thing. It is just a fact. And so you have to find out what those things that are so incredibly off-putting are going to be, and what people are just going to put a hard stop at and stop listening to you. So like, while I agree with the people who say, yes, and we as American citizens should have access to all of the military equipment, that's what the Second Amendment was made for. Yes, true. However, society is not going to agree with that. Because society is too afraid of average Joe with a block of serious putty. So even people on the pro-freedom, pro-Second Amendment side, even those people are going to go, hold on a second, when you start going that far. So like that's what I'm talking about. Like there are certain things that, like it or not, if you put them forward, not only are people going to disregard that, but they're going to disregard other things you say. So, I mean, and you can, the people who I disagree with on other topics do this as well. So like, there's, to draw a parallel, although it is a very imperfect parallel, the the environmentalists, the Save the Earth people, I agree that as humanity, we should be taking care of the environment, and that the rainforests are good, and that conservation efforts can be a good thing. However, when you're telling me that I need to start eating spider burgers and drinking out of paper straws, then you have lost all credibility to me. Even though I think some of the fundamentals of what you think you're trying to do are good. The imperfect parallel, but someone who has some good intentions back there somewhere. Some things I agree with, but I completely stop listening to once they do go a certain distance. And that is also the unfortunate reality of reforming gun laws. And so going about it, you have to tread carefully and figure out what the important things are, and go with that. So like if you can legalize SBR, SBS, AOW, all that stuff, but you have to give up hand grenades and RPGs, then I'd be like, yeah, of course, every day. You can get those down the road. We'll get to it. But for now, this compromise is still a step forwards. So that's kind of, I guess, put very, very simply, the idea behind what I'm about to say. We haven't gotten to what I'm about to say yet. I missed the 32 Tokarev link earlier. You're right, I did. I saw it and then promptly forgot about it because I have streamer brain. Oof, I've seen that. That is ugly. I've seen it. Didn't even this didn't even register in my brain as a Tokarev because it's short and stubby. But yeah, it definitely is. So my idea. So my idea for sweeping gun reform. So, and this is going to include compromises. And as we go through this, we're going to lay out the things that can compromise, the things that can't compromise. Because there's always a balance of whenever you're doing something big, some things are more important than others. And as much as never give an inch sounds nice, it is often impractical. It's a nice phrase on paper. You can give an inch, but if you're giving an inch and taking 6, that is still wild improvement. So, my idea, sweeping gun reform. So we're going to start groundwork. We're going to scrap everything. Start from zero. Ever get give an inch in court? We're not in court. We're in the freaking Congress. So sweep everything. So at the start, you start, get rid of everything. NFA, GCA, Hughes, everything to do with gun regulation. That's the concrete, that's the base, that's our foundation. And then from there, you have to make it so that the people who are fundamentally opposed both to guns and to change, because you have to appease both of those people if you want to get something passed. So you have to start adding things to your foundation that will make both of those people happy. Both of those groups of people happy. So I think Democrats' popularity is worse than Republicans after Bush. A lot could be put forward for gun rights. Oh yeah. So we've got our foundation. Wipe everything. And I do mean everything. So like if we didn't continue, you could go to Target and buy a nuclear warhead. That's where we're starting. Lemon, hello. Blizzards don't know how to delete laws, only add. That is a non-starter. Yeah, we're getting there. So that's our foundation. And on our foundation, we have to add to satiate people. So we've wiped the slate clean. You can literally buy a nuclear warhead at Target. So then from there, you have to start adding things to make people happy. So first, you're like, okay, we're going to add new term. We're going to call it nuclear weapons. This is regulated. Now you can't go to Target and buy a nuclear weapon. Okay. A lot of people who are like, nuclear weapons? No. Made all them happy. Can't have those. No nuclear weapons for you. That nuclear weapons is something you can compromise. And then next, we go explosive ordnance. Explosive ordnance, very scary to people. People don't like explosive ordnance. Syria at their main streets have RPG for sale? Like buying shoes? Okay, but those are illegal markets. Like, just because you can. I can walk down the street and buy weed, but it's still illegal. So, you get your next definition, explosive ordnance. And you can break that into different categories. You can have propelled explosive ordnance, which is going to be like RPGs and grenade launchers and stuff. And like non-propelled explosive ordnance. I have two categories there. And what we're going to do is we're not going to ban them outright. But we are going to we're going to write in a nice process for what you have to do to get them. Now keep in mind, you already can't have these currently. So if you write a strict process you have to go through to get them, that is an improvement. And so you write this you write this down. Like, here's the process you have to go through. You have to have this license and this license. And you make them difficult, but not unattainable. We could run electric cars off water, but government don't want you separating helium, hydrogen from oxygen. They whacked the guy for doing it in his garage in the 80s. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know enough about that one. No comment. I'm more likely to say something stupid than I am something smart on that one. So, explosives. You got a section for explosive ordnance. You have that. You're going to get a lot of people on your side who their hard stop is explosives. They don't want to imagine themselves driving down the highway and someone pulling a pin and a grenade and throwing it out. Even though it's stupid, people are afraid of civilians with explosives. So you write that one in there. This is something can be compromised. And so you get rid of the stuff that's going to be really like a hard stop for people. Nuclear weapons, explosives, that sort of thing. Because while I think, and I think a lot of you think, that the Second Amendment protects all arms, useful for war, because the Second Amendment was written right after a war, in which the revolutionaries literally employed private people with modern equipment from the time. They're not going to outlaw it. So you write in those things that are going to be hard stops for people. And then you get to the things that are going to be soft stops for people. And that's going to be things that currently are legal, but you've got to jump through a whole bunch of hoops to get through. So you've got, SBR, SBS, all the general NFA stuff. You've got machine guns. You've got the very scary bore larger than 0.5 inch things. And so now those are going to be soft stops for a lot of people. Something that you say and they're like, I don't like that. But it's not something that you say and they're like, I'm not listening to you anymore. So those things, you still have to do something about. So when dealing with things like that, I don't think that it is possible. If you got time, look up the Brad Spafford case. So when dealing with stuff like that, I don't think it's possible to get guns into the hands of civilians without some kind of background check. Not that I don't think it's possible as in you couldn't go do it, but I don't think it's possible from a legal point to make it like that. Because obviously you can break the law and do that, but we're talking from a legal standpoint here. So I don't think it's possible to be able to have a drive-through guns and burgers place where you go through the drive-through and leave with burger and a gun after handing them a wad of cash. So you have to have some kind of check system, regardless of how ineffective it is. So the current 4473 system, many issues, but that 4473 system, despite its just horribleness, satisfies a lot of people who otherwise would be staunchly against anyone having guns ever. So you have to have some kind of background check system. Like it or not, if you completely get rid of that, you're not going to get it through. So you have to have some kind of check system for people to get their stuff. Now you can model that after what we currently have. So you model it after the ATF 4473 process. And so when you're doing that, you have different classifications of firearms. And so then you have to classify the rest of the guns. And so what I think the ideal would be is the scary guns, the small scary guns are scary. There doesn't have to be any logic or reason behind it. They're just scary. And okay, got to deal with that. It is what it is. I don't have to like it, but those are scary guns. People are scared of them. So you say, here's our category. Our category is going to be short guns, long guns. And you choose some measurement. Doesn't matter what it is. 24 inches. If a gun is shorter than 24 inches overall length, it's a short gun. If it's 24 inches or longer, it's a long gun. And so you say, okay, for short guns, I don't know. For short guns, you got to be 21 and be a citizen of the United States. For long guns, you got to be 18. You got to be a citizen of the United States, or have paperwork showing that you're legally here. You'd have to have something like that in order to satisfy the people who just think that short, scary-looking guns are scary. Because otherwise, it's not going to go through. It is what it is. Unfortunate reality. And then you're going to have another... You still have two more categories of guns that haven't been taken care of. They're going to be scary to people. They're going to stop this from going through. You have guns, bore diameter larger than half an inch. Arbitrary measurement, the width of the bullets, who cares, right? Like a 30 caliber bullet going at Mach 12, way scarier than a 3/4 inch diameter bullet going at 100 miles an hour. I don't want to get hit by either of them. But currently, in the current landscape, people are afraid of caliber. They're afraid of bullet diameter. And so you add in to your first thing, so you've got your short guns, you got your long guns, and you're like, so regardless of whether it's short or long, if you have caliber larger than X measurement, even if it's a long gun, same as a short gun, you got to meet these trivially higher requirements, just to appease people, just to appease people. Recruit narc by offering get out of jail card. Follow guy for years to try and find terrorism evidence. Give up and charge him under tax evasion. NFA instead. The NFA is stupid. Especially since the courts always treat it as a tax issue instead of a Second Amendment issue, which is just the worst. So calibers, you stuff them in the...
Deploying reinforcements. Torch Ninja _the 69th just followed.
Torch Ninja the 69th, welcome. Guns? Oh boy, do you ever love guns. You're in the right place. So our final category for this theoretical thing that we're trying to get past is going to be the big one. So this last one is going to be the big one that is going to be, this is going to be our midpoint between our stuff over here that is our, yes, we can give this up, your nuclear weapons, your explosives, that kind of stuff, and you're not going to give this up, your pistols, rifles, your standard small arms. And so this one is going to be our middle point. This is going to be the whole crux of everything. Machine guns. Machine guns, very scary. They're not to people who know about guns, but we're not talking to those people. Machine guns are very scary. This is an unfortunate reality. So, how do you deal with that? It's a good question. So in our theoretical legal landscape that we're creating, we've already given up the hard stops for people, the explosives, that kind of stuff, that if you throw it in, will not get through, no matter what. Unfortunate reality. And we've got our stuff over here that we're not going to give up. And so you've got this part in the middle with the machine guns that things get more difficult. Because machine guns, really want them, really don't want them. It's going to be a hard stop for both sides. So what do you do to make both sides happy? Nothing. Nothing's going to make both sides happy. We have explosives now. Okay, so we have tannerite and stuff. I'm talking about like explosive ordnance, like serious putty and RPGs, frag grenades, that kind of stuff. explosive grenade launchers. We've already put that over here. This is our completely banned nuclear warheads to heavily regulated explosive ordnance. So we've already given that up. We're not going to give this up. We want machine guns. They absolutely don't want machine guns. And so you have an impasse. You have an impasse right here. And I think any sweeping legislation that's going to change the fundamentals of how guns are regulated in the United States is going to come down to machine guns. And do I have a perfect answer for that? No. No, I don't. But that's what it's going to come down to. Changing the legal landscape is going to come down to machine guns. Because that's going to be near hard stop for one side. And not getting them is going to be a deal breaker for this whole deal for this side. So you need to regulate machine guns in a way that will satisfy this side and not be so much of a deal breaker to this side that everything goes to waste. And while I don't have a solution, the one thing that's like half a solution is to intentionally put a regulation in to appease this against side that can relatively easily be overturned by the courts. Which is a gamble. And anything from a perfect solution. But this side, as soon as you say machine guns, they're not going to listen. So you have to do something with them. And so either you put an NFA style tax on them like they already have, which is not good, or you regulate them further than any of the classifications that we already have, which isn't good. Because what would that regulation be? Are you going to have to get like a mental health check from the government? What's going to be going on there? Like I don't know. And someone smarter than me would have to figure that out. I am, after all, an anime guy on the internet. But even if you look to other countries who have bits and pieces of gun laws that I think are good and would like to pick from, I can't think of any countries that allow average Joe civilian to have a machine gun. That is uncharted modern legal landscape. And no, 1985 is not modern legal landscape. Transporting, storing, and commercial use of explosives You have to do a thing. All you're saying is that Second Amendment is pretty clear. You're right. You're right. Second Amendment, very clear. We went over this at the beginning. Second Amendment, very clear. Civilians should have full access to exactly the same military armament as the government. Good stream. Got to go. Have a good one, everyone. All right, you have a good one as well. Now, I shouldn't have to specify this, but when I say that civilians should have the same access to equipment as the government, that doesn't mean that I think we should be handing it out for free. Everything is subject to market value and scarcity. Except money, if you're the government. But that's a different issue. That's a different issue. So if they legalized, I don't know. What if they legalized? If they legalized a fully functional F-16 for civilians to buy, do you know who would have those? Not average civilians. It'd be the billionaires, the eccentric ones. I can't afford that. If I could, I think I should be able to have one. But I can't. And here we are. Nukes are very expensive. True. Nukes are very expensive. And even more expensive than the nuke is the facility to upkeep a nuke. So if impossibility, but if the government deregulated nuclear weapons, which I'm going to be honest, bad idea. Bad idea. For many reasons. But if they did, average Joe not gonna be able to go buy a nuke. You have Elon Musk. Elon Musk could buy a nuke. Elon Musk could buy a nuke, build a facility to house it, and I don't know what to do with it. Elon Musk would have a nuke just as a publicity statement. Be like, haha, look what I have. I think there'd be a lot of rich people that did that. But I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm just rambling. I'm yapping. True VTuber yap. Oh, it's 3 a.m. This has been an almost 6-hour stream, chat. It's over. It's over for me. I'm so tired. I got effectively like no sleep 2 nights ago.
Texas underscore
And I got like
underscore just
5 hours of
followed.
sleep last night. So in the last 48 hours, I'm running on a total of like 6 hours of sleep. So the ramblings are going to get pretty incoherent here if they haven't already. There are a bunch of historical legal bases for not allowing indiscriminate hazards. Yeah. So that's what nuclear weapons would be. An indiscriminate hazard. Do you like guns? Well, I hope so. Welcome to the wonderful world of firearms and firepower. I do like guns. And I'm about to fall asleep. But I do like guns. And we have a new one. We have a high quality firearm right here. By high quality, I mean you could probably like hammer in a nail with it. But this was owned by Demolition Ranch himself. And now it is mine. It does, in fact, have his very own signature on the box. I have a Demo Ranch shirt. I do have a Demo Ranch shirt. This is also signed. Oh, my neck broke. It's okay. I recovered. I regenerated my neck bones. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna spend as much time as I can editing the vloggy video. Going down to San Antonio. Meeting Matt. Buying his gun. You should get your hands on those. I'm glad I did. I almost didn't. But then all the hooligans here started throwing money at me, and I had to go. I was fully planning on not going. Not because I didn't want to, or because I didn't think it would be cool, but because I knew there would be so many people. But luckily I got there. And I got something. And I'm very happy with it. Now I can make a YouTuber video with it. Once I actually start pumping out pre-recorded content. You want to get your hands on an M2? M2 Browning. I think it'd be super cool to have an M2. I don't know what I'd do with it. I'd want to do something with it. But like what do you do with an M2 besides like mount it on a vehicle? You mount it on your Ford Ranger. I'd have to get a Hilux. If I got an M2, I'd have to get a Hilux. Import one of the old Japanese ones. Put an M2 on it. Be chillin'. Get pulled over like every day. You went to Waco and saw a new one from Waco to Houston. A new Hilux? Interesting. They don't sell the Hilux in the US though. So somebody must have like driven it here. Yeah, like Mexico, some sort of like Central or South American plates. You'll DM me the video. Are you sure it wasn't like a really good condition old one? Because those do exist. You can get a very good condition like 90s Hilux. And it looks basically new. It's new. You know the difference? You and your friend were geeking out about it? I know they're not, they don't, you can't have them in the US though. Like it must have been like a Central or South America like tourist, right? Because there's I don't know the intricacies of importing vehicles, but they don't sell those in the States. And you can't import a vehicle for like 20 years or something. The plates didn't have country of origin. You can import them if you pay the chicken tax. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You can do anything if you have enough money. So import, if I'm going purely off Google AI overview, which we all know is the best. So importing a truck, you have a 25% duty. He said duty. So you need to meet compliance and emissions requirements, harbor maintenance fee, processing fees, custom bond, this is adding up pretty quick. So a customs bond is 150%. Processing fee and maintenance fee, you got 0.5%. Oh, and then you got sales tax. That's gonna add up pretty fast. You want one and you have a family in Mexico? I don't have any family in Mexico. Oh, the Mexican stuff that I want is like an FX05, please. I want an FX05. That's a cool gun. I'd buy a parts kit for probably way too much money than I should. I don't know how to pronounce the actual model name of this gun that comes after the FX05. The Q-Codal. FX05 Q-Codal. I mean, it's basically just Mexican G36 because they didn't want to pay HK prices. There we go. Memes. Memes are the best learning material. G36, FX05. The reason you went to Waco is to sell a Norinco 84S pre-ban? Very nice. If I went to Waco, it would be to meme on the ATF memorial in Waco. I intended to stop by Waco while I was out driving around all of Texas this last week. But then I didn't, because I decided that it was a better idea to get to my final destination than to extend the trip that I was already running on like an hour and a half of poor sleep. They actually have MP5s and G3s from factories when they stole the data packs. So I know that Mexico at least has G3s. It would be entirely unsurprising for MP5s. Oh, there's a lot of countries. I want the guns, but I can't have them either because the country won't give them to me, or my government won't let me have them, or a combination of both. HK. But I don't know why, but recently I've had a fascination with South American guns. So like if I may, honestly, like the Taurus military small arms, you laugh at me a little bit, but I think they're pretty cool. You saw them yourself and you talked to your father about it, who's former military over there? Very nice. All right, oh, it's 3:30 in the morning. It's all right, we're gonna power through.
All right, guys, here we are at Sarsamaz.
We're gonna power through.
A brand new gun that they just unveiled, and this is the first time we're checking it out, and it is called SAR 724.
Okay, new SAR CZ75 clone. Got it. It's 4.
All right, guys, here we are at...
Doesn't matter, I can't afford it. They got a revolver rifle. Okay. Poland.
Absolutely. All right, guys, here we are at WBP, and I got Stefan here with...
Okay, we've got a Polish AR-15.
Yeah. Given the... And just removing that in a pistol. Obviously, this one is a little bit shorter. You guys...
And they've got furniture. Okay. Done. Done. Easy. Easy. You gotta wake up at 6 and you're still awake? If you go to bed now, you'll get more sleep than I did 2 days ago. Yesterday. Time isn't real anymore. It's over. Time doesn't exist. But and we are going to raid out, and I am going to go to bed and never sleep for as long as I should. So we are going to raid out. Who do we raid? Gonna talk privately and geek out. I am geeking out every stream. That's what I do. Like, I bought a single shot rifle caliber pistol that I knew was bad on purpose. 'Cause I'm crazy. In a good way. And now I can add it with my other single shot pistols. One of which is okay. We are going to raid. Who do we raid? Who haven't we raided in a while? This is longer than I usually stream. there's not as many people online to choose from. This makes it easier. We're going to raid. We're going to raid the Sloth. We're going to raid Undead Sloth. They are currently playing Dead Space Extraction. No, ended. We are ending stream. I do have to get at least a little bit of sleep tonight. But we do have raid messages, both for those with and... Oh, Sloth ended. Hold. I can't believe this. He's about to get a raid notification. He was about to get a raid notification right after ending stream. ATF raid. Let's... You know what? Let's... Who do we raid? Now I don't know. Now I chose someone. And I can't raid them anymore. It's over. It's over. Do we raid... Should we raid Leaf or Kana? Random VTuber. Random VTuber off a gun stream. This could be interesting. Who's out there? We're raiding ASMR streamer. There's so many VTubers. How is it always surprising how many VTubers there are? See, the problem is with raiding someone random. I get scared, and this could be entirely unreasonable. But I am terminally online, so please try to understand. Raiding someone random, I get afraid that I'm going to accidentally raid into someone who's like passionately against guns. Which, like, are there any long-term consequences of that? Probably not. But also, like, when they ask how stream was, I'm like, oh yeah, we chatted about guns. There's not really anything else I can say. Why are there so many VTubers, chat? You like this guy? What, me? You're crazy. Oh, here you go, chat. They've got the NTR tag. They're perfect for you. It's just... What are their tags? VTuber, Mindbreak, NTR. Casual playthrough. Easily distracted. Unhinged. Unhinged. Let's see how they handle the raid. What's NTR? You sweet, sweet summer child. Don't look it up. An unhinged VTuber? No way. Alright, so we're going to raid the pseudo-random VTuber. They're probably super cool. They're currently playing Hunt Showdown. Cool old west extraction shooter kind of style game. I used to play it a lot, but then I burnt myself out of it. So I will see you all today. And until today, when I stream, I will see you all later. I need to sleep before I need to wake up much earlier than I want to. So, thank you everyone for stopping by, hanging out. Goodbye, Texas Cool, not the BAFTA. Control, Ferocious, anyone else who may be sticking around, hanging out, lurking. I appreciate you all very much. And I will see you all next time.